Sir, please start.
Yes, sir. Good morning, all participants. I am Professor Ajabrao Inglay, coordinator of this national webinar. Friends, today, Others College of Arts, NIJAMPUR-JAITANE presents National Webinar on English Literature, a Kaleidoscope. And I welcome all the participant dignitaries in the Zoom room and the lovers of English who are watching us from this YouTube channel of our college. Dear friends, it gives me an immense pleasure to announce here that Others College of Arts has organized more than 10 webinars on the different subjects for delivering the intellectual feast for the participants. So it is a really privilege to tell you that all the participants, and because of their cooperation, we are continuously organizing such a kinds of the very wonderful webinars. A galaxy of eminent scholars have been invited from the quatrains and different regions to deliver their intellectual expertise for our resource persons, for the participants. Dear friends, today also we have for this national level webinar the keynote speaker and inaugural Professor Dr. Shruti Das, Madam, Head PG Department of English, Behra, uh, from Odisha, and we have also inaugural chief guest Professor Dr. Mukta Mahajan, the BOS chairperson of English KBC NMU Jalgaon. Also, we are having online Dr. Omkar Nath Upadhyay, Professor, Department of English, Lucknow University, UP, and Dr. K. Rajaraman, the head University of English, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. Dear friends, also we have been joined Dr. Jyoti Rane Madam, the principal of Pratap College. So without further delay, we are going to start the inaugural session. And dear friends, really it is a matter of pleasure that all the fraternity of our English of KBC NMU Jalgaon, they are live and showering the comments and gracing this webinar, hopefully, sir. Dear friends, I heartily welcome all the research person on behalf of Department of English. Our department always hosts the various kinds of the student-oriented activities and webinar. Department organizes state level, national level, and university level workshop for the sake of the tribal and rural students. Dear friends, on this occasion of this day, I extend my warm welcome, but sometimes the words are very faint to express our gratitudes. So let's begin this program with the welcome song. Please welcome song. Devre sir, please start. Welcome song.
Yes. Just a minute.
Devre sir, no sound, no sound.
Does it not play? Is it not? Okay.
Devre sir, remove your headphone. Remove your headphone. Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, I am really very delighted to tell you that our Others College of Arts during this lockdown period has organized more than 10 webinars for dispersing the boredom and monotony of COVID-19. And the whole credit goes to the person who has a very lion's share behind this webinar. And he is well known as a motivator and inspirational person one. So he is none other than the principal of our college, Dr. Ashok Khairnar sir. May I request Dr. Ashok Khairnar sir, the principal of our college and also the head of the English department, for proceeding the welcome note and the introductory note of this webinar. Hand over to you, sir, Dr. Khairnar sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I am Principal Dr. A.P. Khairnar. Our Adarsha College of Arts, NIJAMPUR-JAITANE has organized one-day national level webinar on English literature, a Kaleidoscope. I mean the persons, those who are always with us and whose blessings and wishes are always with us. Honorable Kaka Sahib D.N. Patil, President NJSP Mandal, Honorable Baba Sahib Advocate Sharat Chandra Jagannath Jha, Chairman Adarsha College of Arts NIJAMPUR-JAITANE, Honorable Bhai Sahib Ajit Chandra Ji Jagannath Jha, Chairman Adarsha Vidya Mandir and Junior College NIJAMPUR-JAITANE. Today's inaugural and keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Shruti Das, Honorable inaugural chief guest, Professor Dr. Mukta Mahajan, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Kavaitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Respected Principal Dr. Jyoti Rane, Principal Pratap College, Amalner, and who is very eminent scholar, Honorable Professor Nitin Bari, Management Council member and valedictory speaker. He is Management Council member, Kavaitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Respected resource persons, Honorable Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay, respected Professor K. Rajaraman, coordinator of this national webinar, Professor Ajab Rao Ingre, and those who are always with us and always support us and always remain active with us, Dr. Vijay Chaudhary, Professor Dinesh Devre, all organizing committee members, and those who are always with us and always support us, and not only support but motivate us, all dear English teachers and teaching and non-teaching staff of our college. This is the 13th national webinar organized during lockdown period by our Adarsha College of Arts. This pandemic is historic pandemic. During this pandemic, we know that the entire world is suffering from lockdown. And we know that the students are awaiting for their final examinations. I mean, everything has become uncertain. And during this situation, if academicians, if we people, if teaching fraternity remains silent, time will not spare us. And that's why it is our prime duty, to be with the students, to talk to students. We need to be vibrant, and that's why our college has consistently organized such type of webinars, and this is the 13th webinar. During these 10 years, our college has organized more than 40 national and international seminars. Our college is honored with the prize of rupees 1 lakh of Government of Maharashtra, which is the prize of Jagar Janivansa, which was given by Government of Maharashtra in 2014. Tamso Ma Jyotirgamay is the vision of the institute. Empower the rural and tribal students with life-oriented quality education is the mission of our college. Our students are very vibrant in both academic as well as extracurricular activities. They are always in merit list of the university. Our 75% teaching staff is holding PhD to their credit, and 25% teaching staff is PhD guides. I myself completed one project sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi. I welcome all of you for today's national webinar. I thank all of you. I know the precious time of the honorable guests. They have spared their time for this webinar, and they have showered love and blessings on us. So we are highly grateful to you. On behalf of Adarsha College of Arts, on behalf of the management, on behalf of the honorable members of the management, on behalf of our respected Baba Sahib Advocate Sharat Chandra Jagannath Jha and teaching and non-teaching staff, I welcome all the guests, all English teachers, as well as delegates, and those who have been participating in this webinar. And once again, I would like to be grateful to all the guests and all participants. And I thank you and I welcome you. Welcome for this webinar. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your introductory and welcome note on the occasion of this day. Dear friends and participants, please subscribe our YouTube channel. By that way, you will get the notification of the upcoming programs and other programs which had been organized earlier. So please don't forget to subscribe and share our YouTube channel. Dear friends, as I told you that the galaxy of eminent scholars have been invited to shower the blessing for this webinar. Today also we are having a keynote speaker and inaugural, very eminent and dominated poetess, Dr. Shruti Das. She is a head Department of English, Berhampur University in Odisha, India. And I'm very happy to tell something about her or to introduce her. She is a well-known translator, creative writer, and critic, writing bilingually in English and her native tongue, Odia. She has participated and presented papers at plenary and keynote speaker. She also chaired the session in many national and international webinars. She traveled across the world for the purpose of academic, and she has been visiting lecture in other abroad university also. She has published many articles and creative work in national and international journals. She published more than 11 books, and including volume of poetry anthology. I cannot control to tell here that which book she has published. Actually, she is a well-known poet. So a Toni Morrison Reader, which was published in 2009, Contemporary Communicative English. It was published in 2010 and second edition in 2015, Language Learning Skills. So there are the list of the books she has published for the sake of the academia. Dear friends, I am also happy to tell here that she is a very eminent personality, reputation, has a very high profile. And when I gone through her profile on Instagram, then I come to know many more things about her. She also received ASCLE Travel Award 2019 at the University of California at Davis, and her specialization or the interest of the area are post-colonialism, South Asian feminism, and eco-criticism, and many more. So I know that we are very eager to listen her. So without further delay, may I request respected ma'am to give your blessing or guide our participants on this day. Hand over to you, ma'am. Dr. Shruti Das, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. My thanks to Adarsh College and Principal Dr. Ashok Kernar for inviting me to be a speaker, a keynote speaker today. I thank Dr. Vijay Chaudhary for insisting that I should talk today. And it was at a very short notice. And in fact, when Vijay calls, can anyone say no? So I'm really happy to be here. And in fact, grateful that you consider me a great scholar, and I'm really happy for your kind words of introduction. So today, the topic of your seminar, of your webinar is English literature. I think it is English literature, a kaleidoscope. It's a vast topic, and I really didn't know how to approach it or what to do about it. So I thought that I would deal with something a little different, which is very, very important. So with this, I would like to start my lecture. I hope to conclude it fast because I have other engagements. So, in the context, you remember a line from Shakespeare's Cymbeline, where he says, "Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety," said Shakespeare of the priceless beauty Imogen. I would like to appropriate Shakespeare's lines and apply them to English literature. Age cannot wither the richness of English literature, nor can other literatures of the world steal her infinite variety. This said, we should think about the sheath of such a beautiful and sharp sword that is English literature. Each time it innovates itself, evolves itself, and the cutting edge is sharper. But then we never think about the sheath, that which shields it. That is, the moment when English literature in its myriad forms and genres stepped out of the public domain of entertainment into formalized academic discipline in university departments. To begin with, any literature, any novel, any poetry, it started with poetry and epics, as we all know. So with Beowulf, and then coming down to Chaucer. So prose came in, drama came in with miracle and morality plays, and then those were the biblical plays, and then came the Renaissance. But that was pretty much later. Earlier, even the Renaissance plays were poetry pieces. So these were for the entertainment of the court and the entertainment of the public. So we now should be concerned with when and how and why English came from the public domain into university departments to become a part of serious academics. This webinar, English Literature, a Kaleidoscope, is in itself pregnant with multiple possibilities, which I'm sure will be addressed by the later speakers. When we discourse about English literature and its kaleidoscopic multidimensionality, we are perforce drawn into a variety of WH questions. Where was it first taught formally? Who taught it? And does the teaching of English as a discipline have a history and currency in countries across the world? So my talk today will be about this fascinating subject. That is, where and how did English literature get currency as an academic discipline? It will be an attempt to place English studies in a wider intellectual and historical context. Until recently, the notion that academic subject called English had any sort of history would have seemed rather odd. Because, we think that English was always there. Nobody is surprised that English is a discipline. Rather, everybody contests it in post-colonial countries, and they think that English is redundant. Nobody should be studying it anymore, right? So, because they give primacy to linguistics and applied linguistics, they give primacy to communication. But we don't actually know that English was not always there as an academic discipline. Till the 19th century, nobody even looked at English or gave it any importance. They were just stories for the public, in the public domain, not something to enter respectability of university departments. So now, English seemed to be just there. So Robert Crawford tells us, English seemed to be just there, as natural as syrup or figs or marmite, and as volcanically cleansing or as brutally bracing as either to the costive national soul. Gloomy shiftings of the details could be dismissed as further evidence of a crisis. So people believed, if we are to go by Robert Crawford, people believe that talking about the history of English as a discipline is probably pointing or acknowledging that English studies is in crisis. This observation by this British academic suggests that for long, English as a subject has had little awareness of its own history. That is, its naturalness has been taken to be quintessentially English, and that an interest in its history has been supposed to be a sign of crisis. In many places, the history of English as an academic discipline is not part of study. No one studies the history of English as an academic discipline. We study the history of English literature. We study the history of English language, but we never historicize English studies. So, but in other disciplines, if you're studying medicine, anthropology, or some other subject, you do study the, the intellectual background of it being accepted as a formal study. So in these cases, the history of the subject is often taught as part of introductory courses. When we study linguistics, we find the scope of linguistics, we find the scope of X or Y or Z, but not in English, because it is so much taken for granted. We never find the history of English studies in the introductory part of English literature course. Happily enough, things are changing, and such an awareness has developed in recent years, especially in England, that is in the 1990s, so as late as that. So, and this has also, the root of this interest is in the First World War, the period in which English acquired the form and dignity of a discipline outside of England. Now, it was not there outside of England, not there outside of the colonies of England before the wars, the Great Wars. Now, elsewhere, the history of English studies has been neglected. English, like other foreign languages, has also served ideological purposes, but it has usually drawn its legitimacy from serving the community by training professionals, teachers, translators, diplomats, and other people, from facilitating the exchange between cultures, and from promoting the critical awareness that a comparative perspective makes possible. Now, Robert Crawford's claim that English was, that is the modern kind of English that we are reading today, we are studying today, we are not studying medieval English. So this English was invented, this is what Crawford claims, that it was invented in 18th century Scotland, not in England, but in Scotland, in an attempt to position the country in a newly emerging Britain. And this is important in defining the Scottish role towards English or England today. And even though this may not affect the history of English elsewhere, it does make clear that the English origins of the discipline need to be questioned. Indeed, it can be established that the history of English as a university discipline is not only a British, but also a European one. Scholars give three reasons for this. The most important is certainly that English as a university discipline is the result of developments in several European countries, and that these also influence the way English was institutionalized in England, especially the exchange between England and Germany. And this was terminated by the First World War and is of interest here. Secondly, the perception of this international dimension has been made easier by the gradual emergence of Europe as a cultural and political entity. In the fields of English, this was marked by the foundation of the European Society for the Study of English in the late 1980s, significantly on the basis of an English initiative, first contacts with German Anglistik. And another reason for the Germans to be closer to English is their hatred for the French. In the continent, that is in Europe, the French were dominating all over the time, and Greece was far off, Rome was far off. So France and Germany, they shared borders. And because they did not like the French, okay, they were more they were happy to have English as a second language, or happy to have English departments rather than study French as a second language. Because of their internal quarrel with France, English gained grounds there. The international notion of English studies is difficult to define. It certainly means different things in different places. In some countries, especially English-speaking ones, English refers exclusively to the study of literatures. Not only English, but also American, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, Australian, New Zealand, Black British literature, and the more emerging ones, which we call new literatures. This may increasingly be complemented by aspects of cultural studies. So when we are studying English, suppose we study the establishment of English in India, we would be thinking about post-coloniality. So, that becomes a culture, the domination of Britain over India, and that is what made us study English. Not that didn't make us study, or no domination made the Indians study Pali or Sanskrit or something. But because of the British domination and British rule, Indians were perforce made to study English. So elsewhere, literature and linguistics are both integral part of English, and this tends to be the case where English is a foreign language. English is taught as a foreign language in many countries, and there you see applied linguistics and language learning will, to different degrees, also belong to English studies. English studies then is different according to different social, political, and economic conditions in different countries. In most European countries, English as a university discipline was introduced because there was a need for academic professionals, especially school teachers at the upper level, trained by universities in the same way as lawyers, doctors, chemists, etc. So English was therefore heavily dependent on the school system it served, which is organized differently in different countries, and in which English may be the first or second or even possibly the third foreign language, depending on the prevalent notion of education at the time of institutionalization. This English subject could be more or less academic. If it is communicative English, if it is jargonized English or the English of a particular register, then it is not very academic. Looking at 19th century textbooks for German students, one can see that their training was nothing but academic. Then they did not have any linguistics there, so their training was very, very academic. On the other hand, more recent methods of teaching language may tempt school authorities to think that teachers only need a smattering of applied linguistics, with the result that universities are no longer considered the right places for teacher education. So teacher education has moved out of university departments because and a good thing, because university departments are now more academic than involved or engaged in teacher training. And for teacher training, what do you need? Just a smattering of linguistics like phonetics, or the pronunciation or the structure of the grammar, or how to give event verbs or static verbs or something like that, teaching them something that people can communicate with. But English disciplines, English literature is much, much more than mere communication. So English departments tend to be rather quiet places. They are not vociferous. They don't talk big. They are rather quiet places. They may try to keep up British traditions of pragmatism and enlightened compromise, possibly in a hostile environment. Environment for English literature everywhere outside of England and even inside of England is pretty hostile. There are usually more quiet places because they find themselves on the margins of public debate. So now again, English literature, as we all know as students and teachers of English literature, that we are marginalized in the greater national agenda in universities, and when opening up other institutions, they're usually technical institutions or social sciences, but you find English greatly marginalized. The difference of perspective between doing English literature in an English-speaking country and doing English elsewhere is crucial. In English-speaking countries, it may be taught without much reference to other literatures, languages, or cultures. But elsewhere, outside of England, outside of America, which are basically English speaking countries. You see, cultural studies are very, very important. So what happens here? They are taught with other languages. So we always have comparative studies. We always have Englishes which have been translated into English, I mean texts which have been translated into English, so that the native culture is taught through English language. The development towards global English is largely due to the influence at important moments in history of the two empires, the British and the American. We will call Americans, or American empire, because it has spread its tentacles also, and it is a nation that dominates most of the nations in the world today. So Britain, as a trade partner, played an important role in the establishment of English as a university discipline before World War I. The role was complemented by that of England as the origin of a literature, especially in the shape of Shakespeare, that had been instrumental in emancipating Europeans from a feudal political order represented by French classicism. So even till Chaucer, there was French classicism which was prevalent in the courts. We all know that. And we all know that only Shakespeare was able to take over French and call itself a classic English or classic English literature, started with Shakespeare practically. So what we have here is, now individual countries had their specific additional reasons for having English as a discipline. In Germany, there was a sense of shared linguistic roots. Right? They thought that they shared their linguistic roots with English, and of admiration for a model of one's own colonial aspiration. Germans always aspired to colonize the world, as did the British people. The history of English studies at the modern university in Europe and America begins in the second half of the 19th century. Initially, English studies comprised a motley array of content. The practice of oratory, the study of rhetoric and grammar, and the composition of poetry, and the appreciation of literature. Okay. In Germany and several other European countries, English philology, a strongly positivistic and historically interested practice of reading pre-modern texts, became the preferred scholarly paradigm. But English-speaking countries distanced themselves from philological paradigms soon after World War I. At the end of this process, English departments tended to refocus their works on various forms of writing instructions. That is, it shifted to creative, professional, and critical writing, because English departments were dying to keep English alive. And the interpreting of literary text and teacher education in English recovered from the neglect it had suffered because of more science-oriented paradigms. Right? Today, English departments in native-speaking countries reevaluate their roles as sole guardians of the discipline, because English is less and less native speakers' unique property. It is no longer the unique property of the Britishers. Rather, it is the property of every English speaker of the world. And so it is shared with millions of speakers and writers from other countries for whom English is an essential means of communication and artistic expression. Because, unless something is translated into English, they do not attract the notice of the Nobel Prize Committee and the other prize-giving committees, and they are not read across the world. So English literature became an object of study in French universities. Very surprising, because the French are very, very anti-English. So became an object of study in French universities as part of foreign or comparative literature in the 19th century. So a chair of foreign literature was established at the Collège de France in 1841. And remember, this was the time when even Oxford University did not have an English department. So English was first taught independently from other languages and literatures in the University of Lille and the University of Lyon and afterwards in the University of Sorbonne. So these three universities were the first major centers of English studies in France. The English major rose to prominence in American colleges during the first half of the 1970s. So just imagine, only in the 1970s, they became independent departments in the United States of America. Before that, it was again communicative, or they were studying that as a minor department, minor studies, because more attention was given to technical knowledge and to social sciences, of course. So it provided an opportunity for the students to develop critical skills in analytical reading with the aim of improving their writing, as well as exercises in rhetoric and persuasive expression that had been traditionally only taught in classical studies. Now, literature was thought to act as a replacement for religion. So, you see, this is another important point. Why was literature taught? Literature was taught as a replacement for religion in the retention and advancement of culture. So, if you're very cultured, you have studied literature. Earlier, it was your culture, your religion must be at the forefront. Now, if you are literate, you are more cultured. And the English major was thus, or even in America, English major thus provided students with the chance to draw moral, ethical, and philosophical qualities and meanings of older studies from a richer and broader source of literature than that of the ancient Greek and Latin classics. So here, English classics came to the rescue. The influence of the United States in Europe and on English studies became powerful in the 20th century in the wake of the two world wars. A symbolical movement being Wilson's insistence on the Treaty of Versailles being written in English. This is very, very, very significant because the French never wrote anything in any other language but French. But this Treaty of Versailles was written in English. Especially after World War II and in the Cold War, this influence became persuasive and led to the establishment also of new English departments. That is, even in Spain, which never had an English department. The complex relationship between the cultures of Britain and the United States, with the United States rightly claiming English culture. For example, it is claiming Shakespeare as its own or as a part of its own heritage, and with Britain claiming a special relationship with the United States, has produced a situation where links become possible. American cultural influence strengthening the position of the English language may be used to promote British culture as a European alternative. So going backwards, let us see how English literature found its place in the universities in England. The Department of English Language and Literature in London University was the first recorded department to have taught English. Oxford and Cambridge universities opened their doors to English literature much later. So, when London University taught English or started the department in 1828, Oxford started the department in 1894, and Cambridge as late as 1919. So the oldest department to be founded was in London University. In 1828, the Reverend Thomas Dale had been appointed Professor of English Literature in London University. After he was, and this because he was refused a chair of Roman literature. So again, you see politics, power played into the founding of the department there. However, among the early students at London University was several who went on to work as critique scholars of English literature. So this includes F.J. Furnivall, W.C. Roscoe, R.H. Hutton, and many more. But Professor Dale left in 1830. So why did he leave? He left because he was disappointed at how few students enrolled in his class. So it did not have popularity, and a very few students enrolled into the English class. And you see, this professor was paid per student. So he couldn't meet his ends with teaching English here. He was also upset that English was an optional subject where Latin and maths were compulsory. Now, the greater agenda, the NEP agenda of India also leads us, or also marginalizes the English fraternity in India by making it an optional subject. Right. So now, none of his immediate successors also stayed at the job longer either. So the first to do so was David Masson. So David Masson was the longest serving professor in the London University in the initial stages. He was replaced in 1852. He replaced Arthur Hugh Clough, who was a great poet, in 1852. So the poet Arthur Clough's 2 years at London University was miserable. He was so miserable that, there was no interest in the students. The students were not coming to class. Nobody took took English as a major subject. And so he was not happy. Now, Masson was the only effective teacher till 1865, when he also moved from London University to the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. It is noteworthy that several Scottish universities had professors lecturing on literature in the 18th century, right? And Masson's chair had been founded in 1760, when England hadn't thought of having a department of English. The valid claims of Birkbeck College should also be recognized. So London Mechanics Institute, later renamed to commemorate the founder, opened in 1823 from the beginning of its curriculum, including lectures on literature. The distinguished radical John Pellwall, for instance, spoke on Milton in this college in 1830. So in 1836, the University of London was put on a statutory basis with the University College and King's College as its constituent parts. And they were united by an examining body. For the first time, examination in English took place. So they were united by an examining body which also examined the works of the pupils. Yet it was many years before the BA course was included, or BA included any opportunity to offer papers in English language or English literature. So the BA course offered did not have English language or English literature as a part of their curriculum or syllabus. So the next big landmark after the 1836 foundation of the University of London was the new charter of 1858. From this point, the university's BA examinations were no longer confined to students in good standing at affiliated colleges, but open to all, remember, all male students. No woman was allowed to study. So whether they studied alone or together in a college. Under the new arrangements, external students in due course sat the exams all over the British Empire, and they often gained their qualifications after heroic toil, sometimes extended over very long periods. So they were not passing the exams. So people always found English literature very, very difficult. And these were the students of the colonies. Naturally, they will find it difficult because English was not their major or primary language, their native language. But since they were a part of the British Empire, they were British students. It was at this point under the new charter that for the first time, London BA degree came in 1860 to include a paper in English language and literature in the slightly insignificant position of a constituent part of the intermediate arts or first BA examination, alongside mathematics, Latin, history, and French or German. Okay, so French or German were important language studies. Roman was an important language studies, but English was highly neglected. Sir T. Gregory Forster, the first provost of London University, is said to be the first person graduating with honors in English language and literature in 1888. As late as the 1870s, open access to London degrees were expanded to include women. So women were always the casualty. So only in 1870, it was open to women. The first 4 British women graduated from the University of London in 1880, 10 years after. Okay, only one of them had studied at University College, although it had quietly been permitting women to attend lectures in some subjects for some years. So women were being allowed to attend lectures in other subjects, but they were not permitted to attend lectures in English literature and language till 1870. The college soon, however, became one of the largest educators of women in the world, producing a significant portion of all women graduates. The poet, Christina Rossetti, is listed as a London University undergraduate in 1878 and 1879. So she enrolled at the age of 48 for the sole purpose of hearing Charles Tomlinson give the Barlow lectures on Dante. She was interested in Dante, and she enrolled at the age of 48 to listen to lectures on Dante. In the 19th century, so is Dante English? I don't think Dante is English. So you see, she enrolled into an English course to listen to lectures on Dante, not to listen to lectures on Shakespeare. In the 19th century, medical students who were required to pass the matriculation exam in order to proceed to their MB and MD degrees are often found among among those attending lectures by professors of English. Among other imaginative writers who dipped in and out, or who came in and out of University College London's open and inexpensive education system. Naturally, it was a public education system, so it was not very expensive. It was not as expensive as Oxford and Cambridge, right? So they were our own Rabindranath Tagore, Mary Frances Robinson, George du Maurier, and Pearl Craigie. The increasing professionalization of the study of English during the late 19th century is reflected in the fact that many of Morley and Kerr's pupils, so these were again professors of English in the London University, so they became influential as scholars and teachers of the new discipline. Now, English literature was a new discipline. These included Walter Raleigh, Israel Golams, Edith Morley, and Caroline Spurgeon. In attracting students, the system meant that BA degree course saw little change between 1858 and the end of the century, except that the admission of women from 1870s dramatically changed the makeup of the audience of English lectures. So when less people were attending it because they were males, okay, now once they started admitting women, the studentship increased dramatically, right? So at that time also, the BA was offering Sanskrit or Arabic as alternatives to Greek. So Greek was being taught as a major subject, and these subjects Sanskrit and Arabic were also being taught there as alternative to Greek, and now English was established. Just at the turn of the century, however, there was a radical reorganization of both the structure of the course and its intellectual content. In 1898, University of London Act was an attempt to beef up the side of its activities, which formed a London teaching university for internal students. See, earlier they were getting students, external students who wanted to take a course. Now, these were formal internal students, okay? While they also had open learning systems. So several more existing colleges were incorporated and boards of studies were set up in the different subjects. So now Professor Kerr chaired the Board of Studies in English. For the first time, it became possible for graduates of other universities to study internally in London for postgraduate degrees in English. So the restructuring of the Bachelor of Arts degree produced for the first time something roughly resembling the modern BA English degree. Although in line with the philological enthusiasms of the period of compulsory language elements, that is, they had to study grammar, they had to study Anglo-Saxon literature, they had to study the medieval English, okay? And the first graduates in English under the new system took their degrees in 1903, that is 1903. While English literature for the first time was taught in King's College in 1831, and for the first time in history, examinations, question papers on English literature appeared formally in the degree papers of the examining body of the University of London in 1859. It is important to note its inroads into the Indian subcontinent and under the rule of the East India Company. So, Thomas Macaulay and his Minute on Indian Education, which he drafted in February 1835, as Indian students of English, we all are familiar with Macaulay's Minutes. So this directly caused the shift in official British educational policy in India, okay? And then the Governor General of India was Lord Bentinck, and they took a resolution, they issued a resolution in March 1835 declaring that English literature and language would be taught to the natives. Macaulay's Minute was actually one of the many documents written in the 45 or so years of the Orientalist Anglicist controversy. So its fame derives partly from its rhetoric and partly from its positioning. It was positioned in, because the British were positioned in an advantageous place in India, their language was also positioned in an advantageous position. And undeniably, it is important in terms of this of English studies in India, because it replaced Persian, which was till then the lingua franca. So English language public instruction began in India in the 1830s. So this was during the rule of the East India Company. India was then and is today one of the most linguistically diverse regions of the world. In 1835, English replaced Persian as the official language of the company. So the East India Company used Persian to communicate with people, okay, for trade and for other things. But in 1835, during the time of Lord Bentinck and Macaulay, they changed that and they substituted it with English. And this was in 1857, after the Sipahi Mutiny, just before the end of the company rule. Universities modeled on the University of London and using English, they started using English as a medium of instruction, and they were established in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. That is Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai as we know it today. During the British Raj, lasting from 1858 to 1947, English language penetration increased throughout India. And we owe our academics or our English learning, English teaching to this British period. So now, the publication of Gauri Vishwanathan's Mass of Conquest, Literary Study and British Raj in India, published in 1990, which deals with the ideology and practice of English studies in British India, set the tone for deliberations on the social and cultural functions of English studies in India. Some seminal books like The Lie of the Land, English Literary Studies in India, published in 1992 by Rajeshwari Sundararajan, Provocations, The Teaching of English Literature in India, published in 1993 by Sudhakar Marathe and others, Rethinking English Essays in Literature, Language and History, published in 1994 by Swati Joshi, and Subject to Change, Teaching Literature in the 90s, that is published in 1998 by Suzy Tharu, document the advent and growth of English studies in India. And scholars who are interested in pursuing this line of research, which very little research has been done in this area, are welcome to read these books as primary text and do more research to finding out how, when, and why English studies gained currency and importance in the universities of India. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting the reviews of all universities in regard of English literature and acquaint all the participants their various aspects of English literature. So we feel honored for you, ma'am, that for your keynote speech and all that. So thank you so much, ma'am, heartily. Dear friends, we have been joined right now Dr. Mukta Mahajan, who is the inaugural chief guest of this program. So I'm also going to introduce her. Actually, Dr. Mukta Mahajan need not any kinds of the introduction because she is a very well-known personality in not only in our university but out of the Maharashtra also. Yet to complete the formalities of this program, let me introduce the inaugural guest of today's webinar, Dr. Mukta Mahajan, ma'am. Ma'am is the chairperson of Board of Studies in English of Kavitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. She is the PhD supervisor and professor and head of Department of English at KBC NMU. Her area of research are comparative literature and translation. She did her an MA and PhD in English, and right now she is guiding for the PhD more than 8 research scholar. She is very popular in rendering and helping the hand to the needy and poor students. She is a lady of inspiration and shouldering a lot of responsibilities and key responsibilities of Kavitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University right now. She has become an incredible role model for the girl student, and her leadership and accomplishments are really motivating. She is a very radiant personality in North Maharashtra University. So may I request Madam, please proceed for your inaugural talk and hand over to you, ma'am. Dr. Mukta Mahajan, ma'am, please. Unmute, ma'am, please. Ma'am, unmute yourself. Hello, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, quite audible.
Okay, okay. So, thank you very much for the introduction. Honorable dignitaries on the e-stage and dear participants. Just now, you listened to the speech of Professor Das, and she very elaborately took the review of introduction of English literature as academic discipline. And I'm very happy to be the part of this webinar on English literature, a kaleidoscope. Merriam-Webster dictionary defines kaleidoscope an instrument containing loose bits of colored material, glass or plastic, between two flat plates and two plane mirrors, so placed that changes of position of the bits of material are reflected in an endless variety of patterns. Literature, being an effective mode of expression, can be compared with kaleidoscopic nature of human life, which is reflected in literature. The way kaleidoscope contains endless variety of patterns, literature also depicts endless variety of forms, content, style, literary devices, techniques, and whatnot. These patterns reflected in literature contain colors of emotions, feelings, perception, viewpoints, time, place. Gamut of literature crosses the boundaries of all limitations meant for reality. In today's deliberations, the scholars will discuss the patterns, colors of human life portrayed in literature. Literature, like kaleidoscope, astonishes us with the patterns, colorful patterns, symmetrical patterns of life. These patterns not only acquaint us with the ceaseless creative ability of human being, but also enrich us with the unimagined experiences of life. I personally think that literature is the grammar of reality. It shows us the past, present, and future of reality. How reality was, how reality is, and how reality could be. In that sense, I call literature grammar of reality. English literature from Anglo-Saxon period to the contemporary times is a kind of instrument through which we can see the social, political, historical, cultural reflections of a particular time and place. Not only this, but literature also records the patterns of changing human nature, values, and ways of the world. English literature cannot be delimited as literature of English people. Rather, it is literature of all those writers from all over the globe who write in English or whose writing is translated in English. This kaleidoscope of literature also traces the reasons why the center of literature changes in various times, such as why royal persons were at the center in classical literature, for instance, Shakespearean plays, why writers wrote about common people during Romantic period? Why literature written during modern and postmodern times is relatively complex? Why did Romantic poets change the set of symbols? Why postmodern literature exercised non-traditional forms of literature? Why does the language of literature change in different times? So many questions we have in our mind, and then say review of literature from past to present help us in finding out these answers. The quintessential of literature lies in knowing the fact that, like life, literature is always in flux. It is because it contains life. Like life, literature also contains the undercurrents, cross-currents of actions and reflexes. If on one hand, literature exposes the ugly, bullying, and unbearable reality of life, then, on the other hand, it invites our attention to the unending possibilities of hope, conviction, and reflections to continue with life. The way we try to interpret persons, situations in different times so that we can learn them better, such webinars extend us the opportunity to look at literature from the viewpoint of modern times. We realize a new meaning of it, which proves that literature is never outdated. It is never dead. It has no expiry date. Rather, we realize a new meaning out of it. It is immortal because whenever you read the same text in your mature days, your understanding of literature in your mature times astonishes you with its power of growth and encompassing life. For instance, I happened to read a book written by Manohar Malgaonkar. He wrote the book on Kanhoji Angriya, the Maratha admiral, in 1981, which was the part of his project. And for that, he had to check many documentary evidences to write the history of Kanhoji Angriya, because earlier British historians or British writers wrote about Kanhoji Angriya, and they depicted him as a pirate, But when Manohar Malgaonkar checked the documentary evidences and wrote the book, he depicted him, he delineated him as a patriot and not as a pirate. So when I read this book in 2019, I realized that the book is not mere writing a history, the way they use it in Marathi literature, Bakhar. It is not Bakhar. It is not mere history. It is something more than that. Now, when Manohar Malgaonkar wrote it, he wrote it out of intention of acquainting true history of Kanhoji Angriya to the world, who was defamed by British as a pirate. Now, when I went through this book in 2019, I thought this rewriting as post-colonial literature, because post-colonial literature also deconstructs the past projected by the outsiders. So Manohar Malgaonkar rewrote history of Kanhoji Angriya in 1981. The text perhaps was not post-colonial piece of literature, but when you read it today, you apply the contemporary ideas, the contemporary perceptions to it, and you find out the new strength of the book. So I thought that as rewriting of history, and this is how, if a researcher wants to bring back the piece of old literature to life, he can apply contemporary perception of literature to it and fathom the unending depth and the strength and expanse of that literature. Now, in this context, the theme of this webinar is highly loaded for it will expose the scholars attending this webinar to innumerable avenues for their research. Instead of going for cliched subjects in their research, the scholars can focus on innovative avenues hidden in literature. Keynote speaker of this webinar, Professor Das, who herself is a creative writer, has thrown light on the kaleidoscopic panoramic volume of English language and literature in her speech. Here, a few lines from Dryden's poem, Hidden. My heart is the sacrifice and the fuel. It means love nourishes lovers and lovers nourish on love. Similarly, we, the lovers of literature, nourish ourselves on literature and literature nourishes on us. And for this nourishment, retrospection on literature is essential. Hence is the significance of such deliberations and webinars. I wish you all the best for the retrospections and exchange of ideas. I thank the organizers for having me here to share my views with you and wish you all the best for the deliberations. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inaugural talk. You presented that literature is the grammar of reality, and it's a without question, it is very true one, ma'am. So thank you for your insightful talk.
Thank you, sir.
May I request Dr. A.P. Khairnar, sir, the principal of our college, to give the remark of this inaugural function. Dr. A.P. Khairnar, sir.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Professor Shruti Das and Honorable Professor Mukta Mahajan, ma'am, both delivered very wonderful lectures, and their lectures were very informative, fascinating, as well as offered insight. Professor Shruti Das, ma'am, presented kaleidoscopic scenario of English literature and English language in different countries. English literature studies is an object in French universities, and it started quite late in Cambridge as well as Oxford. It means that the departments of English started quite late. This is the fact. Madam, Das madam, really you presented very excellent scenario of English as a language and the study of English literature in different countries, and what is the present scenario of English language and literature in different countries. Thank you, Professor Shruti Das, ma'am, for very excellent lecture. Since you are creative writer, your presentation was really creative. It means that it offered a kind of insight to almost all delegates. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you on behalf of our Adarsha College of Arts. Honorable Professor Mukta Mahajan, ma'am, really presented, again, a kaleidoscopic survey of English literature. English literature offers patterns of life, presents culture. It is a grammar of reality. And ma'am, you have really enlightened us on English literature and how to look at English literature and English language. Ma'am, you spared time. I know your busy schedule. Despite your busy schedule, you spared time for this webinar and joined this webinar, and really you made gracious this webinar. Ma'am, I would like to be grateful to you on behalf of Adarsha College of Arts and Department of English. Ma'am, to be with us even in next webinars. We have been consistently organizing webinars on different topics and different issues. Ma'am, your lecture was really informative, enlightening, and too impressive. Thank you, madam, once again on behalf of Adarsha College of Arts. I thank both of you, Professor Shruti Das, ma'am, and Professor Mukta Mahajan, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, we are moving towards the resource person session, that is a plenary session of this webinar. So we have been joined with us online in the Zoom room, Dr. Onkar Nath Upadhyay, and it gives me very immense pleasure while introducing him. Dr. Onkar Nath Upadhyay, presently working as a professor in Department of English and Modern European Languages, Lucknow University, Uttar Pradesh. He studied in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and he did his an MA, PhD, and right now he is the supervisor for PhD scholar. He supervised more than 30 students. Sir, it is very more a creditable thing that you guided 30 students more than, and also 8 scholars are working at present time under his guidance, PhD. He has attended more than 38 national and international level seminars, webinars, and conferences. He has published 2 books, such as Perspective of Indian Diaspora and Indian Poetry of the Moment. His Poetry of the Moment has been granted with rupees 5 lakhs by English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Sir, this is very praiseworthy task you did in your life, and this is very important for the academia also. Sir, you deliver your several talk in central universities and various kinds of the institution, and also you are keenly interested in the 20th century literature, literary criticism, Indian literature in English, diaspora literature, and theater, especially English. So, dear sir, it is a very great honor for the Department of English that we got a resource person like you. So, without further delay, may I request Dr. Omkar Nath Upadhyay for delivering your talk on the topic Romantic Revival. So, hand over to you, sir.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are quite audible, sir. Soundly.
Thank you. It's my proud privilege to deliver my lecture in the seminar. Actually, I'm ever grateful to Dr. A.P. Khairnar, a very good friend of mine, who previously also invited me for one of the lectures in his college. I also supervised some of his PhD thesis. And I'm thankful to A.P. Khairnar sir and all the audience who were present here for this wonderful deliberations. The topic of today's lecture is Romantic Revival, which is very popular and very powerful literature of English literature movement. Now, let me tell you very clearly, as you all know, that Romantic period started with 1798. As we often say, with the publication of the first lyrical ballads. But there's no any clear-cut barrier when we say now it starts in history of English literature. The elements of Romanticism was found in 1789 in French Revolution. In French Revolution, there are 3 major principles: liberty, equality, and fraternity. From there, these romantics point and borrowed the idea of liberty. Now, question arises, liberty with whom? These poets preferred liberty from inane gaudiness. Inane means irrational. Gaudiness means pomp and show of language. As Words has referred in his book, The Face to Lyrical Ballad. So Romantic movement, which we often say started with 1798, found its seeds in 1789. So in this way we find that the emergence and the end. We often say that Romantic period came to an end with 1837 with the crowning of Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria as Queen of England. But some of the critics considered Romantic period up to 1850. The death of Wordsworth and declaration of Tennyson as poet laureate. So in this way, there is no any watertight compartment in English literature which we find. There are three words: Roman, Romantic, and Romanticism. Roman is a language, and the literature produced in the language is called classical literature. So Roman is very powerful. Roman language is very powerful. After that, we find Romantic. Romantic means reactionary. I'm not confined Romantic with a specific movement. Wordsworth may be called is a Romantic, but William Shakespeare may be called Romantic because he reacted and revolted against the set principles of Greek drama. That is especially concept of three unities and complex plot. Once John Dryden, an 18th century writer, he was also called Romantic, when he said that whatever has been said in the Greek period is not always perfectly correct. Now I have discussed about Romanticism. Romanticism is a movement which started in reaction with Neoclassicism of 18th century. 18th century literature is called, may be called as a restoration movement, as an age of prose, as an age of reason, Neoclassical period, and Augustan period. And these terms are used in different perspectives. The writers of the 19th century, again I would like to say the 19th century does not mean exactly 1801, but it started with 1798. Sometimes we consider it as starting with 1789. I mean to say later 18th century, later decades of the 18th century. There also we find element of Romanticism. So this movement is against 18th century literature. In this way, the word romantic has three meanings: revival, reaction, and romance. Revival of medievalism against revival of classicism of the 18th century. And there we find the best example is revival of medievalism is Eve of St. Agnes, in which we find the revival of medievalism in the Romantic period. Then we find reaction. As I had already mentioned, reaction against inane gaudiness of the 18th century English literature. Third point is romance. Third meaning of romantic means romance. Meaning by premarital love affair, which we find in some of the poems of John Keats also. Love is a very powerful principle, powerful component of literature. We find love between John Keats and Fanny Brown before marriage. Love between John Keats and P.B. Shelley, resulting into Adonis, the greatest elegy, personal elegy of English literature, and love between Wordsworth and Dorothy Wordsworth, brother and sister. So this is a very powerful component in the Romantic period. So once Fanny Brown was in her room, John Keats went to meet her. Fanny Brown opened the door, saw John Keats, suddenly shut the door, and John Keats wrote the poem. Shut not the door, Fanny, shut not the door. One kiss more, Fanny, one kiss more. So this kind of poems are also found. Another example I would like to mention, Tintern Abbey of Wordsworth. The best example of romantic movement. Now, further I'd like to discuss about some of the salient features of the romantic movement. The most important component of the romantic period is nature. Nature is of two kinds: internal nature and external nature. 18th century writers dealt with internal nature. Alexander Pope in one of his poems had said, "First follow nature, then is judgment same." Here he means to say that nature is very important, and he refers to human nature. But when we find the poems of Wordsworth, Collis, Keats, Shelley, Byron, Blake, and others, they talk of external aspect of nature. And Wordsworth has said, go back to nature. Again, these writers were melancholic, and they considered themselves as vets. Vets means messenger of God. As God created this universe, so the poet creates a poem. So the poets, these poets compare themselves with God. And they want to say that poetry cannot be learned. It's not an imitation. It's a product of imagination. The second important element of romantic period movement is imagination. Imagination is against imitation of the neoclassical movement. So we find imagination, flight of imagination in the poems of the Romantic period. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweet. Only because that music immerses even the imagination. That's why the poet says that heard melodies are sweet. No doubt heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweet. And the important feature of the Romantic movement is subjectivity. And consequent upon, we find several kinds of poems, subjective poems written in the Romantic period. The best example of one of the poems I would like to mention from Ode to the West Wind is I fall upon thorns of life, I bleed. Huh? I fall upon thorns of life, I bleed. How far it is really feasible. But it goes on. It happens in the mind of the imagination of the poet. And that indicates poet's dissatisfaction with the materialistic advancement of the 19th century society. There are different kinds of, as I mentioned, have various kinds of poems written in the Romantic period, such as elegy. And the best elegiac poem is Adonais, written by P.B. Shelley on the death of his friend, Don Keats. And we find very, very touching lines in the poem. When the dead body of Don Keats was lying on the ground, in the imagination of the poet, surrounded by mourners, they were weeping, wailing, shouting on the death and demise and irreparable loss of Don Keats. At that time, the poet says, peace, peace, he is not dead. He is awake. He hath awakened from the dreams of life. It is we who lost in stormy visions, not he. We are indulged in stormy visions, not the poet, and not the dead man, not John Keats. So that kind of poems are there. And then we find other kinds of like odes, written on very serious subjects. John Keats was famous for his ode poems. John Keats has written a great number of ode poems. Ode to a Nightingale, Ode to Autumn, Ode to Melancholy, Ode on Grecian Urn. Several poems were written by John Keats. So is the case with Wordsworth. He has also written an ode poem. But obviously, the title is the first line of the poem. The world is too much with us. Then we find lyric poem like Lucy Gray. Then we find ballad like Rime of Ancient Mariner, written by S.T. Collis, and Kubla Khan by S.T. Collis. the most important feature of the romantic period is mode of melancholy. I'd like to just focus in few words. Meaning of the word melancholy. Melancholy is not confined, should not be confined only to the sadness, sorrow, grief. But melancholy is something kind of irreparable loss, which puts forth pensiveness and darkness in man's life. And that darkness which creates black bile, which arouses black bile, and that bile Zeus makes the body of the man as black, dark. There lies melancholy. There are four kinds of biles: red biles, white biles, yellow biles, and black biles. Red biles create anger. When somebody is angry, his face becomes reddened. White biles produces fear. Yellow biles shame. Black biles darkness, pensiveness, irreparable loss in man's life. So in this way we find that mode of melancholy plays a very powerful role in the poems of the Romantic period. That's why P.B. Shelley has said in one of his poems, our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thoughts. In Hindi it has been said, वियोगी होगा पहला कर, आह से उपजा होगा ज्ञान, उमड़ कर आंखों में चुपचाप बही होगी कविता अंजान. Wordsworth also defines poetry and focus later on. Poetry is a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. Valmiki became a great poet. Valmiki became a great poet, and poetry arouses at the core of his heart when he saw the mournful song of the crown's bird whose husband was wounded by the hunter, and poetry came out from his heart. Man shad tasam shasti suma yat kauncham islamekam avadhi krita kam mohita. So poetry came. Now a question arises: which comes first, poetry or criticism? Often we say that we criticize, evaluate poetry. But when you see the situation of Valmiki, you find that first criticism came to the mind of the poet, and then spontaneously poetry came out. Another important thing, quality of the Romantic movement is sensuousness. Sensuousness is the greatest element of the Romantic period. Sensuousness means portrayal of experiences observed by the poet and transform them to the readers with the help of images and symbols. And the example of sensuousness I would like to refer is from John Keats' poem, Beautiful example. Bearded bubbles winking at the brink. This is an empty glass. Wine is being poured. When the glass is filled with wine, there were bubbles and bubbles. So you find smell of wine, beauty, color, eyes, nose, then taste, tongue. Clear? We find all the elements of sensuousness: touch, smell, see, and pouring creates a sound. Here, involvement of eyes, ears, tongue, nose, touch, and along with winking at the object. The word winking is very powerful. The bubbles are personified as if they are winking to the drinker. So sensuousness is also one of the important features which we find in the poems of the Romantic movement. Now we can say that there are two generations of Romantic writers. After the end of Neoclassicism, in between Neoclassicism and Romanticism, we find transitional poets like Gray and Collins. And Thomas Gray wrote a very powerful elegy poem written in charge, in which he said, let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys, and destiny obscure. Nor grandeur here, with a disdainful smile, the short and simple annals of their life. This is a powerful line, such a powerful stanza, in which the poor men are compared with ambition and grandeur, which they were thwarted of in their life. So in this way, we find that after the end of Neoclassicism and emergence of the Romantic period, in between the two joint periods, we find one group of poets like Wordsworth and like Gray and Collins, who were called transitional poets. So after the end of the transitional poetry, now let's see in brief that neoclassicists are known for their urbanity and sophistication. These romantics, they reacted and revolted against the dominance of urbanity and sophistication. Against urbanity, romantics prefer rustic life, rustic subject matter, rustic language. And they also preferred language really used by men. Exact term used by Wordsworth. Language really used by men, ordinary men, ordinary language. Not the language of elite class, not the language of middle class, not the sophisticated, articulatory, and modified language. common language. So there are two major generations of the Romantic movement. First generation dominated by two great writers, two great poets, Wordsworth and Coleridge. And the second generation also we find 4-5 writers. I can't say that they are less important writers. Every writer is important for me, for us. But Wordsworth and Coleridge may be called as the progenitor of the Romantic movement. While writing poetry, I'd like to just focus one thing, that there was a compromise between Wordsworth and Coleridge. There was a compromise between Wordsworth and Coleridge. And the compromise was that Wordsworth will choose subjects from nature and present those subjects in a supernatural manner. Whereas Coleridge will select the subject from supernature and present them in natural. Albatross is a bird. It's a big bird, supernatural bird, which was presented in such a way in a natural process. Language is very simple. Language is very ordinary. Presentation is natural, but the subject is supernatural. Lucy Gray, an ordinary village girl, but presented in a supernatural manner. So Wordsworth and Coleridge, the two great first generation Romantic poets. In the second generation, we find William Blake, Lord Byron, P.B. Shelley, John Keats, and Leigh Hunt. William Blake exposes social realities of life. These very short poems. And the best poem I would like to refer is his London. Such a short poem depicting social realities prevailing in the contemporary British society. Lord Byron, who wrote the poem She Walks in Beauty. Yeah? He was more a politician than a poet. And that's why he's the only poet who is called, apart from Lord Tennyson, he was Lord Byron. Because of his dominance and active participation in the government. As the politics pollutes the man, so is the case with Lord Byron. He wrote the poem, She Walks in Beauty. Not only this poem, in most of his poems we find element of sensuality instead of sensuousness. The third poet whom I would like to refer is P.B. Shelley. P.B. Shelley is also very powerful, was a great poet of the Romantic movement. As I have mentioned that these poets were reactionaries. P.B. Shelley was a reactionary poet, reactionary student. When he was 11 years old, he was expelled from the college because of his essay, The Necessity of Atheism. The college was purely Catholic and religious-based college. In the college, P.B. Shelley wrote an essay, The Necessity of Atheism. For that, he was expelled from the college at the age of 11. And this reactionary elements continued in almost all his poems. And is sometimes considered these poets, when they are dissatisfied from the present realities and social conditions of the life of England, they wanted to go back to nature. And sometimes they wish to fly along with nature. Now see his very famous poem, The Skylark. Very famous poem, but very powerful poem. Huh? Dissection near Naples. Ode to the West Wind. Oh, wild West Wind. Oh, wild West Wind. The breath of autumn's wing. A powerful imagination. Oh, wild West Wind. West Wind is addressed as wild and thou personified. Breath of autumn's wing. Apostrophe is also there. In this way, we find P.B. Shelley, very famous writer. He was a great Platonic philosopher also. I'll write 3 points only regarding P.B. Shelley. One, that Shelley was a melancholic, but not a pessimist. The whole poem dealt with melancholy, but the last line of the poem proved him as an optimist. The winter, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? If winter comes, can spring be far behind? The way line indicates that he is not a pessimist. He is an optimist. Another example of optimism in the poems of John P.B. Shelley, I would like to refer, is very powerful and philosophical lines of his sonnet poem, of his pastoral LC poem of Alternate, in which he says, the one remains God. The one remains. Many change and pass. We human beings, we the objects of nature, we the creations of God, we birds, beasts, animals, beings, the whole cosmos, many change and pass. And life of ours, life like a dome of many colored glass stains its white radiance into eternity until death tramples it into fragments. Without light, we don't find any color, any variation, any difference. It is the light given by the one, God, which makes the difference between all human beings. There lies the beauty of nature, beauty of God, beauty of the creations of God, beauty of the universe, until death tramples it into fragments. So there also we find optimism in the poems of P.B. Shelley. Third thing I would like to refer regarding Shelley, that P.B. Shelley was, as I mentioned previously, was a melancholic poet, no doubt, like most of the romantics. And in P.B. Shelley also we find element of Narcissus complex. Narcissus complex. Narcissus means self-enamored beauty. That we find in the poems of not only P.B. Shelley, all the romantic poets, we find Narcissus complex. The third poet who I would like to refer is John Keats. John Keats was a great poet. He was called the Greek because he borrowed the subject matter, theme from the medieval period. And that's why he was called the Greek. And the important writer, I just see the time span also, so that I would like to just wind up within the time, because it's very long topic. Leigh Hunt, who was also a great writer, who used to publish journal also entitled The Examiner, and there we find publications of poem. See, as far as Wordsworth is concerned, Wordsworth was more a poet than a critic. Coleridge was more a critic than a poet. How? When the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge published in 1798, there was a great attack by the critics upon the poems. And to defend their collections, Wordsworth and Coleridge wrote preface to lyrical ballads. Actually, preface to lyrical ballads was written by Coleridge Wordsworth borrowed the book for proofreading and got it published in his own name. It was mentioned that the Preface to Lyrical Ballad was written by William Wordsworth. In reaction to this Preface to Lyrical Ballad, S.T. Coleridge wrote Biographia Literaria. And in the book Biographia Literaria, S.T. Coleridge clearly mentioned that most of the thoughts of the Preface to Lyrical Ballad is mine. I'll discuss it later on, but two things would I mention that I'd like to mention three major poems of Wordsworth and 2 poems of, in brief, Coleridge. One is Tintern Abbey, very famous poem, nature poem. And second poem which I would like to refer is The Prelude. The Prelude is a kind of autobiographical poem of William Wordsworth, in which the poet mystifies nature and highlights the role of nature in different stages of man's life in different way. In childhood, youth, old age. In different stages, nature plays different role. You can't say that nature remains always the same. Second is ode on intimations of immortality from recollections of early childhood. It's a long title. Most of the times, we just mention ode and then column, then refer. Sometimes we mention short title. Actually, the full title is very powerful and the poem is important because the poet highlights the role of man, child in man's life. It is mentioned that child is the father of man. Another important sonnet poem which I would like to quote here is "The world is too much with us." The poet refers that he was of tired of this movement, Christianity, and the poet quotes lines, "Oh God, I would rather be a pagan." And this line indicates that the poet is tired of materialistic advancement of English society in England. Another famous poet whom I would like to refer is S.T. Collins, and his two poems are very important. One is The Rime of Ancient Mariners, second is Kubla Khan. Regarding Kubla Khan, I would like to mention only one thing, that is fact that he wrote the poem in dream. I have already mentioned these second generation poets. Just let me tell you that most of the times we confined romantic movement only in poetry. But romantic movement played very important role in criticism, in novel writing, and in essays. There's so many great critics, as I mentioned, Wordsworth and Collins, the originators of English literature, romantic movement. They were great poets as well as critics. The best definition of poetry was given by William Wordsworth. Poetry is the spontaneous offer of powerful feelings, emotions recollected in tranquility. Emotions recollected in tranquility. Very powerful. He also discusses about difference between language of prose and language of poetry. And he says, there neither is nor can be any essential difference between the language of prose and metrical composition, which was clearly condemned and criticized, attacked and poo-pooed by his contemporary poets and his best friend, S.T. Collins, where he says, there can be, and there ought to be difference between language of prose and metrical composition. Such kind of difference we find in between Wordsworth and Collins as well. As I mentioned in the beginning of the writings, there was a compromise between Wordsworth and Collins, that Wordsworth would choose subjects from the nature and present it in supernatural manner, and College would choose subjects from supernatural and present it in a natural manner. But in the later phase of their life, their writings, there was a great conflict between Wordsworth and Collins. So in biographical area, third important component which I'd like to mention in connection with let's say critical achievement of Wordsworth is qualifications of a great critic. Now, when we talk of Wordsworth as a poet, we quite often refer that Wordsworth is a nature poet. But for Wordsworth, nature is not the end. Nature is the source of pleasure. Man is sadhak. Nature is sadhan. And pleasure is sadhya, ultimate objective of life. Goswami Tulsidas also mentioned in Ramcharitmanas, Swanta Sukhaya Tulsi Raghunatha. Pleasure is an important element of literature. But the important thing to be noted, what kind of pleasure is required? Spiritual pleasure, physical pleasure, academic pleasure, self-pleasure, sadistic pleasure, or aesthetic pleasure. Literature demands, literature provides aesthetic pleasure. And that's why the Romantics believe beauty is truth. Truth, beauty, that's all you know on earth and all you need to know. This concept of beauty and its relationship with the truth is very common in the Romantic period. So, his contemporary critic, as you call this, talk of very important thing. Yes, no, let me complete the statement. As a poet, we consider Wordsworth as a nature poet. But when criticism emerged, there we find that Wordsworth has said, I don't know whether Wordsworth has said or Collins has said, but in the book it is mentioned that poet is the man speaking to men. We nowhere refers to nature. So in this way, we find Collins talks of primary imagination, secondary imagination. He talks of willing suspension of disbelief. He talks of so many important things. And John Keats talks of negative capability in English poetry. I know that your time is running very fast. So I'd like to mention 3-4 points in brief. That in the Romantic period also we find certain essayists who represent Romantic movement like William Hazlitt, like Charles Lamb, and like Leigh Hunt. Leigh Hunt wrote a book, Imagination and Fancy, a collection of essays. He was a poet, a critic, an essayist. he contributed a lot in the Romantic period, but he was not so much acknowledged and received by the critics of the contemporary period. His name was James Henry Leigh Hunt. In the 20th century, we find one great novelist, Henry James, but he was James Henry. William Herrick wrote an essay on going a journey, which is also very powerful, on familiar style. We find elements of poetry. The language is poetic language. See. New classical writers use prosaic language, although their poems were highly restricted, regulated, rhymed, and specific in specific stanza forms. Their poems are free, sometimes blank verse, sometimes free verse. Still, their language is poetic language. Now, one thing I would like to mention in brief, very brief. What is poetic language? And what is prosaic language? When something is said in a very straightforward manner, it is called prosaic. Whether it is written in the form of poem or in the form of prose. But when we see the language of Charles Lamb, his language is poetic language. In his essay, The Dream Children, everything went in the imagination of the writer. Ultimately, he mentioned, by the end of the essay, he just mentioned that he came out of the dream. So this flight of imagination, subjectivity, humor and pathos, all this melancholy, all the elements of romantic period, you find role of nature. Very famous poem, very famous essay of Charles Lamb is Corn Valley Saint, where he refers to the sick man and compared the condition of sick man with microcosm. In this way, we find that R. Stevenson has written the essay. He has written a very powerful book, Treasure Island. And he has also written an essay, An Apology for Idlers. That indicates the role of pleasure in man's life. In this way, we find certain novelists also in the Victorian period. And there are two major novelists I would like to refer in brief. One is Charles Dickens, the other is Jane Austen. Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility, Emma, and Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, A Tale of Two Cities. There we find the grim projection of in Oliver Twist. Another novelist I would like to mention, the referee is Henry James. Not Henry Fielding, who has written a novel, two major novels, Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones. And these novels are considered as comic epic in prose, the greatest achievement of the 19th century English novel. It was Jane Austen who for the first time raised Ghazal against the atrocities imposed upon the women in the British society. We find feminine sensibility in the novels of Jane Austen. So in this way, I'd like to mention that Romantic period is the greatest period of English literature. And one thing, in 2020, when the world is enforced and threatened with the novel corona, COVID-19, SARS, in which the science has failed like an ineffectual angel, and religion is stupefied because science challenged nature. Science tried to overpower nature. So it was a reaction of nature in the form of pandemic upon the world. In this pandemic world, pandemic situation, it is the best platform to which we deliver our thoughts and we come close to each other. It is the literature, it is the romantic poetry, it is the romantic literature which teaches man sensibilities, sympathy, and to maintain patience. So with these words, I express thanks to Dr. A.P. Khairnar ji and all my distinguished scholars and professors who are present and listening to me, and wish the future. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking and very valuable insight. Actually, sir, you covered a lot of areas in your topic. You talked about the generations of the romanticism, and also the role of romantic revival on the various aspects. You also presented, sir, the different facets of the particular era. You makes us remind the participants that heard melodies are sweet and unheard are more sweeter. Sir, your valuable insight will surely provide a new avenues for the research to the research scholars and the teacher. So once again, I heartily express the deep sense of gratitude on behalf of Department of English, Others College of Arts. Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your insightful talk on the chosen topic. Thank you, sir. Dear participants, we have been joined with us another resource person with the topic Victorian poetry, and I am very glad to introduce him, that Dr. K in the brochure, that he is the professor, Department of English, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, and I am going to tell about more him. Sir has a specialization in American literature and British literature. He has been working in Annamalai University at Department of English since 2001. He has more than 18-year experience of teaching English. He guided to more than 12 students for PhD. He attended many national and international webinars, seminars at different quarters of the world. Also, he is an editor of a national journal and awarded a much prestigious prize. He is also a member of British Council and Modern Language Association. and sir is simultaneously working Modern Language Association at the University of Annamalai. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Department of English, and may I request you to provide your valuable insight on the topic Victorian poetry. Hand over to you, sir. Rajaraman, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Thank you. Well, most respected patron members of this college, most respected chief patrons of this college, honorable principal of this college, Professor Kairnar, Professors Dr. Shruti Das, Professor Mukta Mahajan, Professor Jyoti Rane, Professor Nitin Bari, Professor Omkar Upatia, Mr. Ingle, the organizing committee members of this national webinar on English literature at Kaleidoscope, participants, and others. I feel extremely delighted to be amidst you today to give a talk on Victorian poetry. Before I commence my lecture on Victorian poetry, I need to recall the various definitions given by poets on poetry. The earlier speaker who delivered a lecture on romantic poetry gave the different definitions given by the romantic poets: spontaneous overflow of Wordsworth, negative capability of Keats, willing suspension of disbelief of Coleridge. Yet there are more definitions beyond, that is, beyond romantic definitions. Wordsworth is right when he said poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, taking its origin from emotions recollected in tranquility. Eliot's definition of poet and poetry is different from the earlier definitions given by others. Eliot said, immature poets imitate, mature poets steal. Eliot said poetry is not a turning loose of emotion, but an escape from emotion. It's not the expression of personality, but an escape from personality. Frost, in one of his essays, A Figure a Poem Makes, made a distinct definition of poetry, stating that it begins with delight and ends in wisdom. Sidney has a different definition of poetry when he said, it's an art of imitation. So every other writer, every other poet has a different definition of his or her poetry. Shelley said poetry is the record of the best and happiest moments of the happiest and best minds. And also he concluded his famous essay, Defense of Poesy. He concludes the essay by stating that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. So in a similar way, we have various definitions of poetry. Coleridge once said, best words in best order. Blake said, poetry fetters the human race. So there are various definitions. In the case of Arnold MacLeish said, a poem should not mean but be. So we have various definitions of poetry. And when we come to Victorian poetry, they have more to give us, more to offer us. It is essential for us to learn about the circumstances that produce this particular literature, the circumstances that produced Victorian literature. So I commence my lecture with two quotations. I quote from the opening lines of Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. This work, A Tale of Two Cities, begins with the situation, the circumstance of the Victorian epoch, the Victorian age. It was, I quote, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. We have everything before us, we had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven, we were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or for evil in the superlative degree of comparison only, I unquote. So this was the condition. This was the condition of the Victorian period. This was the condition of the Victorian age. Let me quote from one of the poems of Robert Browning. I quote from the poem Pippa's Song. The years at the spring and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew peeled, the lark is on the wing, the snail is on the thorn, God is in his heaven, all is right with the world. The reason for quoting this is the optimism of Browning. So we have, in this period, we have the contrasting opposites. We have the pessimism of other writers, especially the pessimism of Arnold. We have the robust optimism of poets like Browning, optimism of poets like Tennyson. So we have two contrasting ideologies. God is in his heaven. When Browning said God is in his heaven, all is right with the world, that shows the spirit of the writer, the spirit of the poet. Poets are said to represent, they are said to be representatives of the age. They are said to be the representatives of the period. They are said to be the mirrors of the society. They are said to reflect. The writer is said to reflect his age. The writer is said to reflect his society. So this is how these writers have represented their society. Now, coming to Victorian poetry. The Victorian age, when we look at the Victorian period, when we look at the period, it is said to be one of the remarkable periods, one of the most remarkable periods in the history of England. It was said to be a period, an era, an age of material affluence. It was said to be an age of political consciousness. It was said to be a period of democratic reforms, an age of industrial and mechanical progress. It was an age of scientific advancement. It was also an age of local unrest, an age of educational expansion, an age of empire building, and ultimately, it was an age of religious uncertainty. Religious uncertainty prevailed during this age. And this period witnessed the flowering of poetry in the hands of a host of poets great and small. It also, this age, this period also marked the growth of the English novel. And also this age, this period is said to have laid the foundation of English prose. English prose on a surer footing, on a great footing. The note of individuality is said to be the hallmark of Victorian literature. The literary figures of this period were endowed with marked originality in outlook, character, and style. This Victorian literature was also marked by a deep moral note. The most notable feature of this age is that literature, in terms of prose and poetry, the literature of this period seems to depart from the purely artistic standard of art's sake and to be actuated by a definite moral purpose. For example, writers like Tennyson, Browning, Ruskin, they were primarily interested in their message to their countrymen. They were teachers of England and inspired by a conscious moral purpose. They were inspired by a conscious moral purpose, and the purpose of them is to uplift, is to instruct, enlighten their fellow men. The literature of the Victorian age was correlated to the social and political life of the stage. A few literary artists of this age struck the note of revolt against the materialistic tendencies of the age and sought to seek refuge in the overcharged atmosphere of the Middle Ages. An escapist note is also seen, is also perceptible in the Victorian literature, and this is particularly evident in the works of pre-Raphaelite poets. The literature of the Victorian age could not completely cut off from the mainsprings of Romanticism. The spirit of Romanticism continued to influence the innermost consciousness of the age. It affected the works of Tennyson, Browning, Thackeray, and Arnold. It has been said that the Victorian literature was only a continuation of romantic ideals in theme. Romantic ideals in theme, in style, and rather than a fresh thought. When you look at the poetry of the Victorian age, it bears transcends of the romantic influence, which cannot be doubted. And in many cases, the theme of this poetry are identical with those that of the poets of Romantic era. Yet, the climate of the age being quite different from the Romantic writers. Besides a note of pessimism, doubt and despair runs through this literature, Victorian literature. I noticed it especially in the poetry of Matthew Arnold and Clough. Though a note of pessimism runs through the literature of the age, it cannot be considered as a literature of bleak and optimism is struck. Optimism is also struck by poets like Browning and Tennyson. For example, Browning's poem Rabbe tells us the courageous note of optimism of his age. And coming to the most important poets of this age include Tennyson, Arnold, Browning, Clough, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and other such poets. When we look at Tennyson, when we look at the poetic output of Tennyson, he was undoubtedly one of the greatest poets of the Victorian age. Even critics consider him as a representative poet of the Victorian age, a representative poet of the 19th century, one who represents his age not in fragments but completely in its variety, in all its variety. And he was honored with high office of the Poet Laureate. He began his poetical career at an early age. His early poems have the stamp of Milton, Keats, even Virgil in a marked degree. But he also carved a stamp of his own. During the long span of his career as a poet, he wrote every kind of poetry, the song, the idyll, dramatic monologue, dialect poem, descriptive poem, ballad, war poems, ode, epic, narrative, and the drama. He also wrote on classical, romantic, and modern subjects, on English history and legend, on the deepest problems of philosophy and religion, and the range of his method and style is scarcely less remarkable than that of his matter. Tennyson presented in his poetry all the essential features of Victorian life, the ideas and tastes, moderation in politics, refined culture, religious liberalism in a lively and interesting manner, the advance of scientific discovery, increasing sympathy with poverty and distress, all these Victorian feelings, all these feelings find expression in the poetry of Tennyson. We value Tennyson today as a consummate literary artist. The next poet whom I look at with high degree is Matthew Arnold, who was considered more a critic than a poet, one of the greatest poets of the Victorian period, a poet who is at heart a critic and whose poetry is a criticism of life. I quote from his study of poetry, a criticism of life under the conditions fixed for such criticism by laws of poetic truth and poetic beauty, I unquote. He belonged to group of reflective, thoughtful, and intellectual poets of the Victorian age. His poetical works are not very bulky. As early as 1949, he published The Strayed Traveller and Other Poems. And to his credit, it's a number of poems, famous poems like The Scholar Gypsy, Sorar and Rustrum, Dover Beach, and others. The poems of Arnold can broadly be classified into narrative, dramatic, elegiac, and lyrical poems, besides a few sonnets, which he wrote from time to time. Arnold was not a born poet like Shelley, whom he criticized as an ineffectual angel, but a man who wrote poetry for it served as a good and helpful medium of expressing his views about life and its problems. When we offer a judgment of Arnold's poetry, we find it to be lacking in spontaneity, passion, rapture, by which a poem is judged. The next representative poet of this period, this Victorian period, is Robert Browning, another important poet of this era. He began his poetical career under the inspiring influence of Shelley. The most characteristic feature of Browning's poetry is his profound interest in character. He is a great master of the art of presenting the inner side of human beings. He made a threadbare analysis of the inner psyche of human beings. their mental qualities, moral qualities, and the like. A great practitioner of the form called dramatic monologue, and it is in his dramatic monologues that Browning is seen at his best. He uses the dramatic monologues for the study of character, of particular mental states and moral crisis in the soul of the characters concerned. Above all, Browning is a core optimist to the care, a core optimist to the care. His best optimism, his robust optimism, is best seen in his treatment of love. He is one of the greatest of love poets in the English language. Browning was a highly original genius right from the beginning. Arthur Clough was another poet of Victorian age. He was also a representative Victorian poet expressing in narratives, descriptive and lyrical verses. He was said to be the truest expression in verse of the moral and intellectual tendencies. We have similar other poets of this age, similar other poets like Elizabeth Barrett Browning, James Thomson, Edward Fitzgerald, and others. As far as Edward Fitzgerald is concerned, he is remembered for the fine translation, of the Persian work, Rubaiyat of Umar Khayyam. The translation has the force and beauty of an original work. Like Tennyson's poem In Memoriam, the Rubaiyat is also a criticism of lifeless explicit, less polemical in its form, but however, a definite element of poetry. In its outlook, Tennyson's poem stands between Fitzgerald's Rubaiyat and Browning's Yesterday, blending the two characteristics of the day, a wistful hesitancy and a religious optimism. And no English writer has expressed so beautifully the Epicurean philosophy as Fitzgerald. The translation is remarkable for its artistic beauty and its fine sincerity of utterance. I proceed with the most interesting poem of this age. When you look at the syllabi of any curriculum, you will find this poem. You will find this poem of Matthew Arnold. Most often anthologized poem. This single poem is the most often anthologized poem. You will find this poem appear in almost every other anthology, whoever be the editor, whoever be the publisher. The most anthologized poem. When you are asked to single out, if anyone is asked out to single out a poem of Matthew Arnold, everyone will agree that the poem is Door Beach. I now switch to the explication of this particular poem. The reason for confining to this poem is to show that the poem is a representative poem of the century, a representative poem of the situation, a poem where you find the conflict, a poem wherein you find the dilemma, the conflict that everyone faces, the conflict that everyone faces in his or her life. As I mentioned earlier, religious uncertainty. I mentioned the religious uncertainty. So a conflict. So to quote another poem of Arnold, we are wandering between two worlds. We are wandering between two worlds. One dead, the other is powerless to bond. One dead, the other is powerless to bond. A situation which we experience today, a similar situation prevails today. The scientific advancements challenge religious principles. Man thought that science would offer remedy to everything. There is a remedy for everything in science. And now the scene is completely different. In the post-pandemic situation, the situation is completely different. We thought that, we fervently hoped that there is a solution for everything in science. But in the post-pandemic situation, still, we don't feel safe. The conflict is here now, as the conflict felt in the Victorian age. So we have a similar situation now in the post-pandemic situation. And I consider it fit to take up this poem for analysis. The poem, which runs to 37 lines. All the 37 lines, all the words contribute to the total meaning of the poem. We cannot leave anything, any word of the poem. And especially the last line, ignorant Tommies clash by night. Ignorant Tommies clash by night. What are we ignorant of? What are we? Now the question arises, what are we ignorant of? Are we ignorant of pessimism, ignorant of optimism? What are we ignorant of? So that shows that we are ignorant of everything. Though we say Though we often say ignorance is bliss, that is different. Dover Beach is the most celebrated poem by Matthew Arnold. The poem expresses a crisis of faith, with the speaker admitting the diminished standing of religion, the religion of England, the diminishing stand of the religion of England, which the speaker looks at being unable to withstand the rising tide of scientific discovery, because people started developing absolute faith in science, sacrificing eschewing religion. So new research and intellectual inquiry cast doubt on humankind's central and special role in the universe. The speaker in the poem senses this change. The speaker of the poem, Dover Beach, realizes this change almost subconsciously, seeing and hearing it in the sea that the speaker is looking out upon. In its expression of alienation, doubt, and melancholy, the poem Dover Beach is often interpreted as a remarkable poem, as remarkably forward-thinking precursor to the modern, to the postmodern, to the post-pandemic crisis of faith. In essence, the poem is an inquiry into what it seems to be alive. The speaker of the poem looks out upon a calm sea, and also the speaker notes observes the fullness of the tide, and the moon reflecting on the water. The speaker sees the light of the French coast glimmering and going. Suddenly you find the speaker addresses someone else. And implores and beseeches the person to come and look at what the speaker is looking at. And he requests the other person to enjoy the pleasant air of the night. Immediately there is a sudden shift where the speaker senses something is not quite right and describes the spray where the water meets the moonlit land. Then the speaker gives instructions to the other person to listen to the sounds of the pebbles as the waves shift them back and forth, up the beach and down again. The speaker notes this slow repeating action, and it identifies with eternal sadness. Begin and cease, and I quote, begin and cease, and then again begin. with tremulous cadence slow and bring the eternal note of sadness in. The eternal note of sadness. The eternal note of sadness. That we live, the eternal note of sadness with which we live, the eternal note of sadness with which we are living, the eternal note of sadness with which we will continue living. All of a sudden, discontinuity. All of a sudden, the speaker thinks about the ancient Greek dramatist, Sophocles, and started imagining that the great playwright Sophocles might have heard the same. He might have heard the same, and this might also have brought in his mind the eternal note of sadness. He might have heard the same sadness. Sophocles might have heard the same note of sadness in the Aegean Sea, only the sea is different. The feeling is the same, it's only the sea that is different, but not the feeling. The feeling of what Sophocles might have felt long ago the speaker feels. The speaker is now on the English coast. Sophocles, in the mind of the speaker, likens the sad sound of the waves to the general sorrow of humanity, which moves the waves, which move like the waves. So I quote, Sophocles long ago on the Aegean, and it brought to his mind the ebb and flow of human misery. Find also in the sound a thought, hearing it by this distant northern sky, unquote. Explaining the next thought, the speaker describes religious faith as a sea. He describes religious faith as a sea that was once full like the tide. At the time, it reached around the earth like a girdle. Now, though the speaker just hears the sea's sad retreat, the girdle has now become a sad retreat. As the sea of faith becomes smaller, the sea of faith has become smaller. Once it becomes smaller, it disappears into the atmosphere. Because earlier, the faith was huge. People had absolute faith, the sea of faith. The sea of faith is the faith. The faith that people used to have with religion. The faith was once at the full. The faith now is gone. The faith is now not as. The faith has absolutely gone. It disappears, the faith disappears into the atmosphere and leaves the edges of the world naked. Now, there is a shift now. The speaker suddenly addresses the companion. Now he looks at the companion and suddenly addresses the companion as now. States, desperately that the two of them need to treat each other with honesty and authenticity. This is because the world, though it has a dreamlike quality, the world has a dreamlike quality of variety, dreamlike quality of variety, dreamlike quality of beauty, dreamlike quality of novelty, dreamlike quality of newness. Doesn't actually offer joy. It doesn't offer joy. It doesn't offer any clarity. Neither can it provide certainty, peace, or relief from pain. The speaker then compares their collective situation to standing on a flat and dark piece of land which is caught up in the chaos of fighting. Here, battles between unknowing groups continue under the cover of darkness. We are here on a darkling, I quote, we are here on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and fight, where ignorant armies clash by night. We are here, I unquote, on a darkling plain. We are here on a darkling plain. We don't know. We are confused. Confusion prevails. Conflict prevails. Confusion to choose. Confusion to adopt. Conflict to choose. Conflict to adopt prevails. So we are in darkness. We are covered with darkness. It's a struggle. It's a struggle on the darkling plain. And this is the right terminology which can be applied to this particular age, particular period. This particular period, Victorian age, can be called as a period of struggle. Struggle on the darkening plain. This age can be rightly described from the terminology of Arnold. Struggle on the darkening plain. That is how we can call this age. So battles between unknowing groups continue under the cover of unknowing groups. Ignorant armies clash by night. This clash by night, darkness. Darkness continues. Darkness prevails. So in that extreme darkness, no one knows with whom they are fighting for. There is a possibility in darkness. There is a possibility of killing his own people, killing one's own ideologies. Written during the Victorian era, this poem admits to and laments the loss. Laments at the loss of religious faith. Religious faith that came with advances in various fields at the time, at the age, at the period. Evolutionary biology, geology, archaeology, and textual analysis of the Bible, to name a few. The poem senses the turn of a historical epoch and finds the change echoed in the transitional figure of the beach, the blurry border between land and sea. The blurry border between land and sea. The poem thus asks to consider what is lost in humankind's movement. What is lost in humankind's movement away from the certainties of the Christian faith, the debatable certainties of religious faith. For the speaker, loss of faith equates to loss of certainty. This particular poem itself seems to embody the loss, both in its size and its sounds. At first, the poem offers no cues that its main subject is the loss of faith. Instead, the poem begins by describing the atmosphere, the situation, the circumstance, the atmosphere where the speaker stands, the atmosphere in which the speaker, the description of the sea, and of the sound of the pebbles on the beach are lyrically beautiful at first sight. But they uncover, they mask the eternal note of sadness. The eternal note of sadness revealed at the end of that stanza. The eternal note of sadness revealed at the end of the first stanza. This sudden intrusion of sadness hints at the speaker's sense of loss, which finds fuller expression in the poem. Through the symbol of the sea, the poem suggests two key ideologies, two key facts. The two key ideas. Firstly, that major shifts in the fabric of society occur subtly. The slow movement, the beach, slow, repetitive movements symbolize the gradual but inevitable loss of faith that the speaker senses in this historic moment. Secondly, mapping the loss of religious faith onto the movement of the waves. The loss of religious faith implies that these kinds of historical changes come in different cycles. Come in different cycles in the sense, waves, in other words. Indeed, the speaker imagines the ancient Greek playwright Sophocles hearing the same sadness in the sea that the speaker hears now. That is, the speaker sees an analogy between the irrelevance of the classical Greek gods in the speaker's time with the coming irrelevance of the Christian God in the near future. That doesn't mean that religious faith will return, but more that something will come along to take its place. So the dominance of science. So we cannot underestimate poets. Poets, as the Romans said, poets are said to be prophets. The speaker's position on this loss of religious faith becomes clear in the third stanza. Because faith, which was once made full and bright, it glimmered full and bright, that is, it offered comfort and joy in its certainty. Its loss then represents melancholy. And what's more, the sea of faith once touched the shores of the entire world. Not that Arnold speaks of the two worlds, the Greek world and the English world. It is similar to all the worlds. The sea of faith once touched the shores of the entire world, but is now withdrawing. They started withdrawing from, it's a withdrawal, it's not a withdrawal from religion alone, it's a kind of withdrawal from values. It's a kind of withdrawal from the established norms. Withdrawal from the ethical values. It's a withdrawal from cultural values. It's a kind of withdrawal from social values. It's a withdrawal from spiritual values. It's a withdrawal from family values. It's a withdrawal from friendly values. So it's a withdrawal. But now withdrawing. The poem is essentially saying that this loss of faith is global. The loss of faith is global, in turn suggesting the vast reach of scientific advancements at the time. The speaker doubles down on the idea that scientific advancement represents a loss rather than a gain in the poem's final lines, saying that the new era will herald. The new era, the new age, the new period, the periods to come, the ages to come. The ages to come will live amidst confusion. Confusion arising out of withdrawal from religion. So, will herald confused alarms of struggle and flight, and ignorant armies clash by night. The ignorance here is because of the withdrawal. In other words, the speaker believes that scientific advancement will bring only scientific certainty, not spiritual certainty. Will bring only scientific certainty and will lead to more doubt, more questioning, which is in fact part of the scientific method of inquiry. The poem expresses a kind of resignation. The speaker fully admits the change that is in process. It is as inevitable as the waves rising and falling, and challenges the reader to consider whether this loss of faith is progress, is a real progress, or a topsy-turvy turn, or a wrong turn. When we look at the tone of the poem, it's deeply a pessimistic poem that questions dominant values of this day and embodies the sense of grief that some felt at the prospect of the loss of religion. So the questioning still stands up in the current scene. The questioning still stands up in the 21st century, calling on its readers to examine whether their own values, whether their own lives are spiritually fulfilled. Linked to the idea of a loss of faith is a shift in the way people relate to natural environment. Written shortly after the era of the Romantic poets. Written shortly after the era of Romantic poets who praised nature as an antidote. Nature as an antidote for everything. Nature as an antidote to overtly rational thinking. Dover Beach questions humankind's relationship with nature. Instead of finding happiness or the sublime in the natural environment, the speaker finds a deep sense of sorrow, even while admitting to the beauty of the beach. The poem is therefore an attempt to capture the complexity of human experience. The complexity of human experience as just one part of the natural world than its center. So central to the poem is an implicit admission that mankind is merely one part of a larger system, the natural world. The natural scene prompts the speaker to think about timescales that make their own life seem less significant. The speaker looks out on a scene that is beautiful, but on the other hand, a powerful reminder of nature's indifference to humankind. The beach and the sea are by far, the beach and sea are the most prominent figures which represent scales of time well beyond the expansion of human life and perhaps beyond the mind's capacity to comprehend them too. So why? Again, the reason for taking this particular poem for analysis is the situation remains the same even today. The faith which was once at the full, faith in everything which was once at the full has started eroding away from humankind. And it is best represented in Dover Beach and all the Victorian poets, you find in them the spirit of the age as best described in the opening lines of A Tale of Two Cities. Let me quote it again before I conclude. It was the best of times and it was the worst of times. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I thank all the members of the organizing committee for having given me this opportunity to share my views on Victorian poetry. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you so much, sir. I express my deep sense of appreciation. Sir, in your lecture, you have given very thought-provoking guidance for the participants, sir. You covered all aspects of the Victorian poetry. You have touched the socio-political scenario of the Victorian era also. There are very catchy line, and you have said, sir, the poem should not be but mean, and we are in the dark and more dark, and we are in the dark. So these are the lines which makes us more in confusion and all that. You also analyze, sir, in your presentation some poems and makes us remind that what kinds of the impact of the Victorian poetry and coordination of the Romantic age and the Victorian age. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insight for the all participants. I express my sincere thanks on the behalf of Department of English, and thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, we are turning now to the last stage of this webinar, that is the valedictory session, and we have online Dr. Rane Madam. She is the principal of Pratap College, Amarnath. Ma'am, you are welcome, ma'am, in this webinar. And also we have another keynote valedictory speaker, Professor Nitin Bari.
Hello,
So, may I and the chairperson of this valedictory session, Dr. Ashok Khainar sir, the principal of our college. Without further delay, may I request Dr. Jyoti Rane ma'am. Ma'am, you are working as a principal because of your dedication, because of your hard work, and because of your sincerity. All the fraternity of English of KBC known you well. You are very well reputed personality out of the KBC Jalgaon. Ma'am, you organized many national and international workshops, and we are witness for that one. You also contributed a lot in the academic of KBC NMU, and we always go through whenever we see your picture on the brochure. So you are known for your expertise, ma'am. Without further delay, may I request you to deliver your chief guest valedictory, ma'am. Please, Dr. Jyoti Rani, ma'am. Hand over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. At the outset, let me congratulate Professor Dr. Khairnar for organizing not first or second, but 13th webinar. This is great. Even this webinar, which is the 13th webinar, is a great success. In this blog, we are hungry for new ideas. We have joined which has been arranged. It is because we are able to listen to scholars. But she gave us a very elaborate explanation of how English language and literature developed over centuries. She brought us right literature. Post-colonial development look at existing English. The special interest in her was the fact that English literature has been given life and vigor by women, where she pointed out when women were not allowed to study at all, or study English literature also, there were no female students. But then when it became possible for women students of English literature swelled because of the participation of women in this field. So it was a very interesting talk by Dr. Shruti. Similarly, Dr. Mahajan talked about the meaning of kaleidoscope and showed how a kaleidoscopic view in literature will help in outcome of research in this field. It was also a joy listening to Dr. Onkar Upadhyay, who spoke about the Romantic revival, and also Dr. K. Raja from Annamalai University, who spoke in great detail about the development in Victorian poetry. Well, I'm sure that all these talks have helped our students a lot, especially in this period when everything seems to have come to a standstill and students themselves are very confused about what their exact role should be. On this occasion, I would also like to tell the students that, see, it is very much possible today to have all information, to have all facts, at the distance of a click. You just click a button and you get all information that you require on any topic related to literature or to any other subject for that matter. And so now, in this age, what is very, very important is perhaps not having information at the tip of your tongue. If you have it well and good, that will be an excellent thing. Nothing like that. Unless you have it like that, unless you have it at the tip of your tongue, you cannot pass your NET exam, you cannot pass your SET exam, you cannot qualify for the post of, lecturers. Or otherwise you have have the degree of PhD, then you qualify for that post. But then someday, I think that even so, having information right now, collecting information, having information, internalizing this information is important. But more important than that, I think, is the ability to use this information to say something new. It is this innovation, it is this ability to think and contribute something new that is the requirement of today's age. Otherwise, if you are just a repeater of the information which you already have, which is already there, then I think that this information is, it may help you pass exams. But then where do you go beyond that? And so this information, how you use this information, how you create something new out of this information is the thing that is required in today's age. And so in this regard, I would like to tell you about the greatest of figures today that we have in the field of literature also, and in the field of criticism, literary criticism also. And we will see that it is this greatness is achieved by them, by their ability to use the information that they have in most novel ways. In this regard, I would like to cite the case of one very eminent thinker whom I like very much, a critic. That is Bakhtin. Now you see, if you go to the development of English literature over the ages, then people will give you information. Information is in plenty. And so people will tell you that, okay, this in this particular period from 43 to 410 AD, we have Romans in England, and these Romans, and there were Celts who invaded the Romans, and these Romans then were, at that time, these Celts were called Britons, and so from that the name Britain came into existence, etc., etc., and they will take you beyond that to the Anglo-Saxon period, and to the periods beyond that. You can have a list of them. And then people will talk about Chaucer and the vacuum that came into existence after Chaucer for about 1.5 centuries, and then there is an age, and you have the Restoration age, you have the Augustan age, you have the Romantic age, you have the Victorian age, and then you have this 20th century literature after that, including modernism, postmodernism. All these developments you will find on the net, all these developments you will find on YouTube, and you will be able to find all details about all authors and all ages on YouTube also. But you will see that when there is a person who can utilize information, for example, there was Bakhtin, who made this very novel contribution of not just thinking of novel as an outcome of the emergence of democracy and the emergence of industrialization and the emergence of, a new way of thinking, or let us say a paradigm shift in the way the world was thinking at that time. He looked at the prehistory of novelistic discourse. And he looked at how language was used in novels. And he tried to relate this to the conditions in the Dark Ages. And so the Dark Ages, which was a pan-Europe phenomenon actually, the developments in that period are generally considered to be negligible. He points out that how that is not so. And he points out a very important phenomenon where he says that we give so much importance to tragedy, but tragedy actually is a very straightforward way of thinking. It is comedy which enables us to think in several ways. And it is comedy, and it is this kind of parody, it is this kind of travestying, it is this kind of impiety which really enabled the realistic novel to come into existence later on. The discourse of the novel could be such because of the conditions that prevailed during the Dark Ages. Now, it is these kind of connections that you need to make between the developments in the ages. There are many, many areas which still remain unexplored. We need to explore them. All the time we keep on saying we belong to the rural background. So what? If we belong to the rural background, our experience is different from the people who belong to the urban background. And because our experience is different, our interpretation is different, our way of thinking is different. And so we should be able to contribute to the thought of the world by understanding and explaining the existing literary works from our perspective, from our unique perspective, from the rural perspective. Because this is something that people from urban areas will never be able to do, and will never be able to, unless we tell them, they will never be able to understand also. And so on this occasion, once again, I congratulate Professor Kherna for giving us this excellent opportunity. And I would like to tell all my students that they should attend these kind of events whenever there is an opportunity. And they should utilize the knowledge which they gain in order to put forward, in order to do something which will contribute in a novel way, something new to the existing, let us say, knowledge. And so once again, with these words and with a big thanks to Professor Kherna, I take leave of all of you. Thank you, Kherna, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam, for your thoughtful and a very insightful remark on the webinar also. And also you have touched the English literature issue. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Dear participants, we have joined Professor Nitin Bari. But before that one, I would like to request Dr. Varsha Patil, the participants for this webinar, to give the remark on this national level webinar. Dr. Varsha Patil, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me? Ma'am, unmute, ma'am, please. Yeah, it is working, ma'am. Is there any other participants who are live in the Zoom conference room who would like to give the remark for this webinar? May I request the participants from this Zoom room to give your remark? You can unmute yourself and you can give the remark. Hello, Varsha Patil ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have some technical glitches. Okay, anyway, Dr. Bari, Professor Bari, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Yes, sir.
I think perhaps Sinkhedkar, Dr. Sinkhedkar is there.
Okay, okay. Dr. Sinkhedkar, sir. Sir, please give your valuable remark on the occasion of this day, sir. Dr. Sinkhedkar, sir.
No, Sinkhedkar is not also there. He also has left, perhaps.
Okay, okay, okay. Anyway. Dr. Sunil Bhaviskar, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Bhaviskar is there.
Yeah. Anyway, sir. Dr. Khairnar, sir, shall we proceed further, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, anyway. Dear friends, because of some technical issue, Dr.
Hello, hello, Ingrid, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. You are quite
Okay,
audible,
okay.
right? Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chairman and Honorable Directors of the Management of Adarsh College, Nijampur. Honorable Chief Organizer and of today's national webinar, Principal Dr. A.P. Khairnar, sir. The keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Shruti Das, ma'am. Then the inaugural chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Mukta Mahajan, ma'am. Today's resource person, Honorable Dr. Onkar Upadhyay, sir. Honorable Dr. K. Raja Raman, sir. Valedictory chief guest, Principal Dr. Jyoti Rane, ma'am. Valedictory speaker, Honorable Professor Nitin Bari, sir. Management Council member, KBC NMU Jalgaon. The coordinator of today's webinar, Dr. Ajay Brau Ingre, sir. Dr. Vijay Chaudhary, sir. All respected teachers and dear students. I'm so grateful to the organizer for giving this opportunity to me to speak few words on this occasion. First of all, I would like to congratulate the most vibrant personality, Dr. A.P. Khairnar, sir, for organizing 13 webinars in this COVID-19 pandemic lockdown period. Congratulations, sir. Sir always inspires and encourages the teachers of English to organize such kind of activities and to take initiatives for the teachers as well as students. Congratulations once again, sir. Let me tell you, today's national webinar, which is organized on English literature, Kaleidoscope, is really an intellectual feast for all of us. Thank you. Professor Shruti Das ma'am has presented her thoughts on the journey of English studies. I very much like the thought she expressed that age cannot wither English literature. She has also expressed her views on how does English become discipline, and she has also expressed her views on the institutionalization of English. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Onkar Upadhyay sir has very nicely presented his scholarly remarks on the features of the Romantic Revival. He has expressed his views by giving so many examples of the poets and the poems. Another speaker, Honorable Dr. K. Rajaraman sir, has given insights into the Victorian poetry. Honorable Dr. Mukta Mahajan ma'am has expressed her views on literature and its importance in our life. The thought literature nurtures us and we nurture literature is very, very interesting. Dr. Jyoti Rane ma'am has rightly pointed out that we have to use information and come up with new novel ideas. This is really very inspiring for the teachers as well as the students. So I would like to say here that it is really a very wonderful and amazing experience to attend today's webinar. We are really enlightened. So let's learn and enlighten and enjoy English studies and work for the welfare and well-being of humanity. So thank you, Dr. A.P. Khairnar sir, and thank you to your team also for giving this opportunity for all of us to attend today's webinar. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Varsha Patil ma'am, for giving a very wonderful coverage on this webinar. We really appreciate it. And ma'am, we are organizing such kinds of the webinars because of like you people cooperation. Your supports motivate us to organize like this webinar. So once again, thank you so much, ma'am, for complimenting and boosting us. Thank you so much. Dear participants, we are having with us, yes, ma'am, we are having with us Professor Nitin Bari. And Nitin Bari sir need no any introduction because he is a socio-political activist in our region and in academia also. In a very early age, he got much kinds of the key responsibilities. And sir, we appreciate your whole socio-political works which you are putting for the welfare of the teachers associations and all that one. So heartily welcome, sir, on behalf of Department of English. Presently, you are working at Arts and Science College, Rawed. So I welcome you, sir, and hand over for you as a keynote speaker, sir. Please, sir, proceed further, sir, for your address, keynote address, sir.
Thank you. Respected keynote speaker, Dr. Shruti Das, chief guest of the inaugural function, Dr. Mukta Mahajan, Chairman, BOS English, KBC NMU, the resource persons, Dr. K. Rajaraman and Dr. Upadhyay, valedictory chief guest, Principal Dr. Jyoti Rane ma'am, chief organizer of this webinar, Principal Dr. A.P. Khairnar, coordinator of this webinar, Professor Dr. Ajab Rao Ingle, and my dear and near delegates, friends. First of all, I am thankful to NIJAMPUR-JAITANE Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's Adarsh College for inviting me as a chief guest. Dear friends, I am not eminent scholar, as said earlier, but a very common fellow representing you all in KBC University. So the topic of this webinar is excellent one. It is not only excellent, it is excellent as well as it is vast. The Kaleidoscope, what is the work of Kaleidoscope? It always suggests interaction. The interaction may be inner or outer. Actually, the word kaleidoscope comes from Greek phrase meaning to view a beautiful form. This webinar confirms our faith that all scholarship is beautiful. From the morning, we are with 5 eminent scholars. So it is not necessary I shall bore you and I shall take you much of your time. So while looking back, we can understand many things, particularly Corona pandemic. It gives us a very different kind of opportunity. Khairnar sir, it gives us a very good opportunity to prove remote colleges. It may be Nijampur, Ainpur, Dadgaon, or such type of colleges that we can take national, international webinars. We can call eminent scholars physically. It was not possible in last days But now on online in the days of online teaching or online webinars, it is possible that we can call or we can take such guests from Orissa, Tamil Nadu or Lucknow, and remote colleges, these colleges, they have proved that they can do it. But at the same time, while looking back, we understand, and at the same time, we also look at the new shift in literary studies from this Kaleidoscope. The eminent speakers, they have said much about all the past literature. It may be Romantic revival or Victorian poetry. But nowadays, due to effortless and high-speed access to internet through mobile phones, have changed the trends in literature. And we have to think about this shifting change. Nowadays, we are at Zoom lectures. If we talked about it with teachers 1 year back, we are not ready, or teacher community, we are not ready to accept all these things. But nowadays, everything is accessible, and we know that nowadays it is days of digital literature. New trends, pop fiction is a new trend that Chetan Bhagat is working with. And all these trends, we have to accept all these things. This is the changing face of literature. No matter, this changing face of literature is uncontrollable. Whether it is good or bad, we don't know. Or in near future, we will understand whether it is good or bad. But we have to accept all these things. New policy, national education policy, it is coming. It has occurred already. What is there for us? What is there for teacher community? What is the future of remote colleges or small colleges? We don't know. But maybe, as kids said, heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. It will be, or it may be just like that. But what we have to do, we have to save our education, we have to save our colleges, we have to save all these things. But we people, we teacher fraternity, we must try to remain faithful in our class, with our students, with our literature, with our language. I don't want to take much time. I am really thankful to Professor Dr. Khairnar for giving me opportunity to talk with in front of such dignitaries. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor
Thank
Nitin
you, sir.
Bari. Sir, your address was really very spontaneous and touching to the ground of reality. So thank you so much, sir, for addressing the participants. May I request the person behind this webinar, without his cooperation and without his guidance, the webinar could not have been succeeded. So may I request the principal of our college, the man who is known for his expertise, the man who is known for his leadership. May I request Dr. Khairnar, sir, for your remark of presidential address. Please, Dr. Khairnar, sir, hand over to you, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Valedictory speaker and member management council, Honorable Professor Nitin Bari, respected chief guest, valedictory function, Principal Dr. Jyoti Rane ma'am, and dear participants. Professor Jyoti Rane ma'am have really given very informative, contemplative, and thought-provoking lecture. I mean, through her lecture, she has addressed the students in a different way. And she has asked the students to think in a new way. I mean, she has really given insight to the students from this platform. And she has also asked the students to explore new areas. Madam, on behalf of Adarsha College of Arts and on behalf of our Department of English, I thank you very much to be with us since morning and attending all sessions and to deliver the chief valedictory speech. Madam, I would like to be grateful to you forever for this, your thought-provoking lecture. The second person, I mean, who is very much active, I mean, as already introduced by Professor Ingle, that Professor Nitin Bari is a person who always remains active in this academic field. I mean, he is not only management council member, but a good teacher. Being a good teacher, he always remains with us for academic activities, for extracurricular activities. Sir, I know that as I asked you, soon you gave consent. So thank you for your consent as well as to be with us as the valedictory speaker. Sir, what expectations you expressed from the students and from the fraternity? That is true. I mean, during this pandemic, we people should remain busy and we should keep our students busy. Because during this lockdown period, we know that all are suffering from a kind of frustration, which is seen or sometimes not seen. But a kind of tension is there. And that tension should not increase. So our Adarsha College of Arts organized 13 webinars. This is the 13th webinar, sir. And all these webinars are touching different issues, different subjects, different topics. And all these topics are really keeping people busy, keeping students busy. And the real intention is, I mean, to transform knowledge into power for the students. How knowledge can be transformed into power, that students should realize. We know that we always talk of urban college and rural college. The divide, but that divide is being reduced by this digital platform. You have rightly pointed out, sir. I mean, colleges like NIJAMPUR or NIJAMPUR can organize such type of webinars. I mean, very scholar or you can say learned resource persons are brought on this platform for the students, and in this way it becomes intellectual gathering, it becomes an intellectual feast for the participants as well as students. Sir, really your approach tells us a lot. I mean, definitely this digital platform will be useful in this pandemic. Sir, if I talk about this digital platform, we did not know pandemic. I mean, in the month of January, sir, we started Google Classroom. And this Google Classroom was for all subjects, sir. And we started it very effectively. I mean, all teachers conducted, I mean, lectures through Google Classroom in the month of January. Sir, every year, at the beginning of academic year, what we do, we make a planning. In last year, I mean, when we were making planning of 1920, while making that planning, what we decided that at least we have to teach 25% online. This is our plan. So in the month of November, we again reviewed the plan, and in the month of January, sir, we started Google Classroom. We started Zoom lectures, and in the month of March, I mean, on 17th March, as lockdown started, I mean, in the month of April, we started our webinars. I mean, the first webinar on research methodology in languages and literature in digital area. We started with that, and continuously we have been organizing these such webinars, and we are getting support of you, sir. Since you are the university authority person, sir, this is for your information. Sir, generally what happens? Jungle mein mor nacha kisne dekha? I mean, our college is so small college. I mean, whatever we people do, I mean, you also belong to such college, sir. You know the situation. Whatever we people do, sometimes it never comes up. I can say it is not seen, and that's why I am talking about the events organized by our college, sir. Today's webinar are really proved fruitful because of all resource persons, because of the keynote speakers, as well as because of guests like you, sir, and guests like Principal Dr. Jyotirani ma'am. I am really grateful to keynote speaker and inaugurator of this webinar, Professor Shruti Das ma'am, I mean, who is poetess and who is a creative writer. I mean, renowned personality. I mean, she delivered a very wonderful keynote speech, as well as inaugurated this webinar. So I express my gratitude to Honorable Professor Shruti Das ma'am. I am equally grateful to Professor Dr. Mukta Mahajan ma'am. I mean, since chairperson BS in English, despite her busy schedule, she spared time and she remained present and she delivered a talk. So I would like to be grateful to her also on behalf of college. I am also grateful to Professor Dr. Omkar Upadhyay, who is a good friend of mine. He delivered very wonderful, impressive, as well as informative lecture on romantic revival. With good illustrations, he proved what is romantic revival. I would like to be again grateful to Professor Omkar Upadhyay on behalf of Department of English. I mean, the second resource person was Professor K. Rajaraman. I mean, his lecture was really excellent, wonderful. I mean, it was the climax of the webinar. I mean, he presented Victorian age, Victorian poetry with a number of illustrations, and he explained the poem Dover Beach in a very innovative way, unique way. I mean, this was the best example for the students how Dover Beach can be studied. So again, I thank Professor K. Rajaraman sir to be with us and for enlightening us and for a very wonderful lecture on Victorian poetry. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajaraman sir. And I do not have words for Principal Dr. Jyotirani ma'am. She is with us since morning. I mean, since the beginning of this webinar. Despite her busy schedule, we know the responsibility of the principal. I mean, a principal is such a person who always remains busy because of administration, because of academic activities, and because of student activities. But ma'am, despite your busy schedule, you spared time and you enlightened us. I mean, you enlightened all the students. Even during this pandemic, how should be the thinking? How should be the thinking line? You determined the line. You gave innovative idea, and you gave very wonderful lecture. So, on behalf of Department of English and Adarsh College of Arts, I would like to be grateful to Ma'am Principal Dr. Jyotirani. Honorable Professor Nitin Bari sir. Sir, I mean, you are my friend, but being principal, being head of the Department of English of Adarsh College of Arts, I should say a few words about you. Sir, at right time, you said yes and you attended this webinar. Your words are simple, but heart-touching words. I mean, sir, you enlightened us, and your cooperation is always to this college, to the management, to our staff. So for the cooperation, for the ever cooperation, for the ever support, I would like to be grateful to you on behalf of Department of English as well as Adarsh College of Arts. And the man who is behind this entire endeavor, he is our Honorable Baba Saheb Advocate Sharat Chandraji Jagannath Shah. I mean, whose blessing, whose support, whose moral support, whose wishes are always with us. So I am really grateful to Honorable Baba Saheb Advocate Sharat Chandraji Jagannath Shah as well as our chairman NJSP Mandal, Honorable Kaka Sahib D.N. Patil, our school committee chairman, Honorable Bhai Sahib Ajit Chandraji Jagannath Jha, and honorable members of the management. As well as I congratulate Professor Ajabrao Ingle. He has been always organizing these webinars, and he is the person who always remains active, vibrant for the webinars, and he always remains busy in organizing the webinars. So, Ajabrao Ingle sir, I congratulate you. Keep it up.
Sir,
And I
sir,
congratulate once again.
Patil
And-
ma'am, Varsha Patil ma'am, gave nice
And
coverage.
Professor Dr. Varsha Patil ma'am, I mean, who has really, I mean, provided a kind support, not only support, but she wished, and not only she wished, but really her wishes have proved into truth. And see, whatever she said about this webinar, madam, I mean, these kind words will be with us and will be the source of inspiration for us. So I also thank Professor Varsha Patil ma'am for good words, or I can say kind words, for good reactions. And I cannot forget the support, ever support of Dr. Vijay Chaudhary and Professor Dinesh Devre, who are always with us. I mean, whether we invite or not, but they are with us. I mean, they have become like our staff members, like our well-wishers, like our friends. So I would like to be grateful to them also. And without the support and cooperation and the active support of the teaching and non-teaching staff, this webinar, or I can say all these webinars, would not have been possible. So I really thank and I congratulate teaching and non-teaching staff of our Adarsha College of Arts. Once again, I thank all the guests and all the speakers, and Professor Nitin Bari sir. I thank you, and I would like to be grateful to you to be the valedictory speaker. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presidential address for this webinar. The credit of all this webinar goes to you, sir. There is no denying fact. May I request all the participants that please fill the feedback link. Already I have pasted in a chat box of the college YouTube channel. The better way, you should go to the college YouTube channel and search there. Actually, recently I have pasted that one. So fill that feedback form link. Within 4 days, you will receive the certificates. Feedback form is very important to issue the certificates. So may I request all the respected participants, please complete the procedure for receiving the feedback certificates. Thank you so much. At the last, I am here to propose vote of thanks in a few words. I express my deep sense of appreciation and gratitudes to the all resource person, the inaugurator and the keynote speaker, and also the chief guest of inaugural and valedictory session chief guest, and the speaker of the valedictory session, and the fraternity, English fraternity of KBC NMU, and the all BOS members, respected BOS members. So thanks so much for watching us online. Because of the time extent, we are strictly bound to the time. So I, with the permission of Dr. A.P. Khairnar sir, the principal of our college, I end this webinar. So thank you so much once again, all the participants, for joining us. Please don't forget to subscribe our channel, to like our session, and to share it. Thank you so much, sir.